gonna get stuck around my leg and then cut my leg off, and there's gonna be blood everywhere. It's gonna be a disaster. No! Oh, no! Not again! Not another disaster. It's Hopefully that was enough to get this kick started. Just gotta yell a whole lot, and we got good vibes in the room. Got some of those solid Star Wars Day 2021 vibes in the room. Sounding all like, ah! Hope that we're all feeling good about that. It's my desperate hope one person at least, logged in just in time to hear that. That would be the culmination of years of art, years of training, and of hope. Like, you want to touch someone's soul. Oh, there, hello, Bolt Matrix. Hello, and thank you, Nagito004. That is very kind. Mini Paint hype. I got Robot Lorekeeper did log in just in time to hear that. My day is made. If you can, I hope the title came through. I never know with the YouTube phone interface, but I had a hard time painting the faces on all three of these. In fact, on this one, I'm not happy with it, but I'm done. I don't want to do anything else. It's gonna get worse if I try to do anything else. This is already the third or fourth iteration of Widget's face. I wonder how close I can get. This is like I went over this whole face multiple times. There's too much paint on it now. The sculpt already, I had trouble figuring out where her eyes were. So I'm done. I'm just gonna finish all the other little details that I know that I want to do on these. Robot Lorekeeper, you were more intrigued, not put off, and hooray, it had the full title. That's good. Yeah, Bolt, I'm partly doing this because I just want to do something. It's not like human tragedy sad, but it's a bummer that a large core of the Day 1 Giant Bomb crew are moving on after this week. And they're part of the reason why this video even exists. This whole channel exists even to this day. It was a big influx of energy that I needed at a certain time in my life that was very inspirational. And hopefully I will get to continue following those dudes with whatever they're up to after the coming weeks. Those pauses are because I'm putting the brush in my mouth. I don't know if I've streamed painting after I came around on putting the brush in your mouth, but I'm totally a brush mouther now. It's good for you. It's good for everything. Good for the brushes. It's good for your brain. Get those good toxins in you. Also, I think the last time I streamed painting was about a year ago when I was like, I'm gonna mini paint through lockdown. It's gonna be simple. I didn't. So I've been doing a hobby streak now, which is not painting every day. It's just like trying to say that I touched a thing every day as far as like miniature stuff. Or just the making of stuff is what I decided, because that way I rolled my Sodo labeling into it. And there's no hobby streak police, so what are they going to do? But I've been getting over a hump of painting these Riot Quest models, which I really love. And I was intimidated to paint any of them because they're all full of like pewter and etc. and resin. And Adam Edgeman, paint their collective anguish and strife. You're a champion. And now I've gotten some of these painted, and I'm feeling more confident. So I want to get into these now. Robot Lorekeeper, I used to think the idea of taking a paintbrush that you just wipe the paint off, right, and then you go to get the tip back. I used to think that was something that really weird people did, and the whole idea like made my hairs in the back of my neck go like that. And then I started doing it, and now I'm like, how can I paint without putting it in my mouth? It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, here we are. I shook a jar of paint and I put it down, and now I don't know where I put it. Is this it? No, that's not it. Aha, here we go. Snakebite leather. That's what I wanted. Because the first thing I want to do is my little trick to do gold that I like. Although I didn't do that on him. On bits of her wings. Now, these characters are ones where, like, I bought them because I like Riot Quest more than I wanted, like, the actual models. So I'm just looking at, like, their appearance in the back of the first Riot Quest manual to get my paint scheme inspirations. So Widget has got some gold trim around her winglet things, and so I'm going to add that in by putting snakebite leather over Vallejo real metal, which is this. That makes for my favorite gold tone, in my opinion. I did not do that for the gold on him, but that's because I had some glorious gold, and I figured, like, it would, you know, work better with all the brown on him. I should also state, I'm using exclusively non-toxic acrylic paints. Don't put a brush in your mouth if you use, like, enamel paints. That's not a good idea. And in fact, don't put a brush in your mouth if it's got this all over it, because I still think this is a little bit spooky. But all the other ones, now let's do it. Formula P3, in fact, according to one of their own videos, their paint is formulated to be saliva reactive for color blending. And now that I've tried it, I'm like, holy moly, it is. Hello, Destricon. I see. Mudawatt. Who's a cute model? They're all cute models, but they'll appreciate it. Which Riot Quest models? TJ Bolt Matrix. I only got the 3. I got some more here. I guess because this is, you know, Florida Crocodile, Captain Crawtooth, Captain Crawdad. I always forget the last part of his name. That's probably TJ. By the way, I don't mean to go on a tangent already, but Riot Quest, super fun, light game with character from models. This is so cool, so fun. And making the models is some of the hardest model making in the entire hobby because they're all mixtures of pewter and resin. And this is resin where you can't sand it without an N5 mask on and wet sanding because it's dangerous to get this resin in the air. So I don't even sand it. I like using a hobby knife to shave down the resin. Working with these materials is a million times harder than working with plastics. So this game is incredibly hard to do the hobby side of, and then the game side is really light and fun, and it makes you want to buy tons and tons of models. And then they're all a whole lot of work to actually bring into the light fun game. Like one of the characters named Helga on Wheels is literally riding a big cool motorcycle. This thing is like difficult to put together. So it's a really weird kind of seesaw of like, this is like not beginner tier hobby level, but an absolutely like casual, fun beginner tier game. Same thing with Monster Apocalypse too, like this boy, or whoever really. Galamaxis. Again, complicated model with a mixture of resin and metals for, again, a kind of light fun game whose competitive side is not super balanced from what I understand. Have I found new Transformers? I actually have to open them still. Maybe I'll do that. Once I finish painting these, I'm going to show my case and then I can film some packaging for... I got a Transformer in the mail yesterday. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to credit, you know, a human with being as cool as Galamaxis. No offense meant to my fellow humans. Hopefully, by the way, this is visible. I think this is visible to you, but I'm not looking through the camera when I do this. So, I'm not going to follow the color guide precisely, because I'd like to have more of this snakebite gold. Maybe I'll follow the color guide a bit. I'll see. Let's put it across there for now. So when I'm doing the actual paint applications, I can guarantee I'm not looking at the chat. But also, as always with live chats, there's going to be a little bit of a lag and delay. So if I do miss something, my apologies. I'll try to do some scroll upping when I look back. I just want to... Okay, I'm going to do just the circular bits first and see what that looks like. But no, I got in the mail from an Amazon pre-order, because it was the only place I could secure one in Canada. I got my Kingdom Dinobot, and I still haven't opened them, because I wanted to finish painting these first. That way I would actually paint things, which I find really fun and relaxing. It's just hard to get started, you know? I'm gonna look up, but now my hands are full. Let's wipe off that contrast paint. Put it in my mouth. Yeah, let's scroll up. Let's scroll up. Monpok mixing stuff. Yeah, it's a bummer. Monpok is really fun, but you gotta like actually learn some hobby stuff to be able to engage with it. Graham, you take offense. Good. Budawatt, easier if you already like to work with resin. Yeah, once you actually work with like hobby miniature resin, it's not as scary, but like because these are all resin and pewter, like you have to soap wash all the parts first as well to get release fluid off them. It's not casual friendly. Any chance you'll be trying to do TFCon Baltimore in October? Highly unlikely this year, unfortunately. Cameron, Arbitrary Hero, what's up? Mudawatt, I believe she's solid pewter. There are a number of these that are just like completely pewter. So she, I think, is solid pewter. Also, for some reason, this leg, you can see the seam because I didn't putty it. Like that leg's a separate piece, and it's kind of a bummer. Ben Walters, my day has been an emotionally strange one. Not for things that affect me personally, really, but self-generated maudlin memories. Then Giant Bomb losing 3 founding members in the coming week. It was a lot. DeAndre, these are not D&D minis, though obviously you could probably use them for that. These are from Riot Quest. It's a game I like, with minis that I like. Someone answered that. Uh-oh. That was redundant of me. Ben Walters, Bumblebee movie Starscream looks pretty cool. I would like to get one on sale. Oh, Mudawatt, you've got a 3D printer. I'm jealous. I want a 3D printer. Okay, this looks kind of cool with just, like, the circular bits done, but I want to try to get these... I'm going to see if I can just get snakebite leather onto the ridges around the wings. And this could all go wrong. But we won't know until we try. That's been the other thing I've been having fun kind of accepting. And it's a very basic thing that I'm sure everyone else who has ever painted minis, like, accepted immediately. That, like, it's okay to just mess up and try again. And just, like, try stuff out to see if it works. Like, Widget, the character I'm painting right now, as I said, her face. Boy, there were some disastrous, like little 12-year-old me trying to paint faces again moments there with her eyeballs just smeared across her cheeks. It was a mess. I am kind of missing, I'm going over the lines a little bit with this, but like I said, let's just do it. And then I think I'm just going to do like a null oil inside the wings and see if that makes everything okay. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I wonder if I can... Hey, why isn't this coming off as much? Usually my brushes vacate their paint a lot faster, but now that I'm streaming it... Oh, that works. I can just channel it out of there a little bit. There we go. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Verspringen, you've seen these friends. Yes, these have been with me for too long. That was I guess not enough poster putty. Let's get some more. Let's glob. As the dabbers say, let's get a fat glob. It's a 3-gram glob. Cheers. I'm talking about poster putty. This is still completely monetizable. I missed some. Verspringen, oh, it's a day. Not for any real, like, critical things. I missed a whole bunch of this. Got them elite cups. These are good cups. I got one for metal and one for non, because they're good cups. Oh, Mudawan, I want to get into 3D printing, like with the resin pull stuff. My apartment is too small. It's like I can't fit 3D printing in here. I can fit the printer, but I can't fit like the potential mess. I can't fit the fumes. Like I just can't fit it in here. Hobbit Ninja, nice pinky resting technique. Well, thank you. Oh, Adam, that is cool. Hashtag Fat Glob. I think SS86 Hot Rod is gorgeous. Adam Middlewski, hello. This is a wow, I tried to do a thumbs up while holding a paintbrush, and I could feel myself breaking my fingers. That was incredible. Yeah, Mudawat, like resin printing minis it looks like both the dream and also the potential, like, oh no, what have I done? I watched Dana Howell's video about that stuff, and it kind of confirmed to me that it's super cool and also, like, does not fit into my apartment as I am living in it right now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Here we go. I kind of forgot I had these army painter brushes until I was getting tired of using my, like, super cheapo brushes I've been using. Trying to do, like, eyeballs and stuff with a brush that absolutely is not equipped to do that. And then I was like, oh, I actually bought, like, a couple army painter brushes and just didn't remember. Like, I was using the cheap ones that are like, here, for 20 bucks, have a bag of 50 assorted random brushes. Which, by the way, I highly recommend still. Just, like, don't be attached to any of them. Be totally cool with ditching them when they start to be useless. My motto in life. I'm a retail corporate. This brush is, by the way, which I haven't used much, splitting like hell on the tip. It's kind of not cool. For spring and have good dinners. I'll be around. I'm gonna get this right. Kamaswamy, I missed your text. Not your phone text. That came out weird. I was saying text as though it was your voice. Adjutant antithesis. We got, where's brushes? I don't know. What brushes? Wet brushes? You got wet brushes? I got live wet brushes on this stream. You stick around, you're gonna see some live wet brushes. Let me tell you a thing or two. All monetizable, family-friendly, live wet brushes here now. And I'm getting this slopped everywhere. This isn't going as well on this side. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, that one. Maybe the backs of her wings are completely gold, and it's just the fronts that have the intermittent silver. It's not like I can't go back in there and clean that up a little bit later. That's something I've been teaching myself as well, is like, just get color down. Put colors onto the miniatures, and then make decisions from there. Don't try to mentally plan the whole thing out like some meticulous surgery. Yeah, it's close enough. It's close enough. When we get that wash going through there, it's gonna be fine. Destricon, your car battery's dead. Wait, are you, like, watching this while you're stuck beside two cars facing the wall in a parking garage? Because if so, I hope you're doing okay. That's right, hashtag live wet brushes. Oh, the 20 for 50 brushes are you talking? Oh, yeah, it's just like if you go to an art store, like any art store, they sell like bags of brushes. Like, this isn't all from a bag of brushes, but like, say like 3 times this many brushes in all these assorted sizes, and it's like super cheap. And they're just like, you know, cheapo synthetics, and you can just use them until they stop working, then ditch them. Or like start using them to apply like varnishes or glue to stuff afterwards. And it's a great way to like just get going. And then as you go on, you start going like, oh, I really like the brush that was this size. I wish it would last longer. Then go get like a, you know, nice, slightly nicer one that's not like $20 for one brush, but like just like, you know, a couple bucks for a brush, as opposed to a couple bucks for a smack of brushes. Ben Walters, I have not opened Kingdom Dinobot yet, but my friends say he's cool. That came out weird. I haven't opened Kingdom Dinobot yet, but my friends say he's cool. Hey, what are you watching? A streamer? Yeah, he's just some man sitting in his apartment saying things in a squeaky voice. We like to watch him fall apart. Oh, you grabbed a bag of cheapo brushes, but they weren't stiff enough. Yeah, it's gonna, like, that's the other thing about a bag of cheapo brushes. It's gonna be very much like, this is the stuff we can't sell outside of the bag. to quickly define it, I guess. Getting that upper framework, just the proper medical term, the upper framework all done. It sounds like a nerd. Watching people fall apart sounds like the appeal of most streamers. Correct. Baltan 2, I did a cooking stream where I fell apart into madness. Actually, I can't remember. I don't remember much of that stream anymore. I should do another one of those. Lately, I've been cooking eggs and spinach. It's been one of my hotnesses. I have become a firm believer in the camp of spinach is best when cooked a bit. So the best cycle to manufacture that scenario for yourself, if you're gonna make a sandwich, cook some bacon for your sandwich, and then afterwards, toss your spinach into the bacon fat for a bit. To do that spinach braising or whatever. Yeah, this is looking cool. Spinach is the ultimate bulking food. Hell yeah. Team raw spinach. I was on Team raw spinach for a while. I'm okay with raw spinach. I've just found categorically spinach cooked in with the either other vegetables or like in bacon fat. It's pretty darn cool. Did I say lasagna? I don't remember saying that. Eggs and cheese with kale. I wish I could do... Kale always gives me indigestion if I have it as a main ingredient, whereas spinach doesn't. So I've kind of just defaulted to spinach. Tygon, hello! Oh, Ben Walters, I marathoned 20... Wait, what? I marathoned everything that was out up until 2 weeks ago for Saber in about 10 days, because I decided it was finally time I want to watch something. So I am caught up on Saber, and I like it a lot. I think it's a good show. I don't want to get, like, hard deep in the spoilers, because I want to preserve that for folks who might not be quite there, that may yet still be hoping to get quite there, as they say. Is that as they say? Is that a saying still? Do the kids still say quite there? That's weird. This guy just asked if the kids still use basic vocabulary. Oh, Pliobot lasagna. I got a Pliobot Gurren Lagann that I forgot I pre-ordered, and I still haven't opened the box. I really want to poke at that. That was someone who said it in the chat. I understand now. I've caught up. Once upon a time, I would be real persnickety about whether or not, like, I'm maintaining front-to-back logic of color placement on these little winglet things. And something I like to think that I've learned in the last month and a week is to not be so precious about that. Oh, you just built that one. That Pliobot. Word of advice, fill in the hip pegs or sand down the joints that connect them. A lot of the joints in general are really tight. Oh, that's good to know. Nagito 004, need to get back into Roku. You gotta get your Roku Toku shows, I'm guessing. Yeah, the nice thing about all tokusatsu is generally it's all there for you whenever you want to come back to it. Oh, I just got down here. You got your Toku, not Roku. Watch your Toku on your Roku. I got nothing else. They rhyme. That's the whole thing. That's the whole bit. Please applaud. One of the habits I've gotten into in lockdown, now that we're into year 2, is I just start laughing a lot. Not really like at anything out loud or in particular, but I decided, like, why bottle it up? It can get a little perturbing, like, when I'm sitting around in a quiet room and I think about something that hasn't happened, but it was pretty funny. And I think it would be great if I laughed to make the person who's not present that it didn't happen to feel better. And then I sort of sit there and I start going like... for like 5 minutes, and then I'm like, wait a second. And then it's completely normal. It's empathy training, it's completely normal and fine. I got a bit of gold leakage down there. Who's gonna notice? Who's gonna notice? Oh, I got applause! I'm so happy! Sorry, I'm catching up. Hang on. What game? That was me putting this part of the brush in my mouth, FYI. I'm not, like, stuffing the whole thing down my throat. What game are these for? It's for the Riot Quest. They got a whole opening theme song on YouTube. Not necessarily brittle. Back of the pegs are hollowed out, and that couple of tight joints cause some breakage. Oh, I could see that. Yeah. I wonder if just a bit of shock oil in there might also help things a little bit. Baltan 2, I watched Chanting His Name as it came out. I watched the whole thing. The first time around. So, like, quietly, I haven't really been watching the rebroadcast, although I should, to pump up, Ultraman's view counts, but then I'm also like, I'm one person. Oh yeah, Tygon, yeah, these are all Privateer Press. Very fun sculpts, very fun game. Should be a real easy, like, just everyone pick up some minis, let's play some Riot Quest. Get ready to work with resin and pewter. Wash every part. Don't use sandpaper on the pewter. Hope you are happy gluing pewter to pewter. So it's like the most uncasual friendly hobby side with a super casual friendly game. It's such a dichotomy. I yell about it too much, but it's true. All right, that's all for the snake bite on metal. I had something I wanted to try on Harlow Hold'em High here. That's his name, Harlow Hold'em High. So his card art, his jacket, so I was basing him off that image on the back of the manual. His card art, the jacket is all like dark brown and stuff. So I'm gonna try, because I laid all the colors down, and I finally got his friggin' face done that's buried under there to my satisfaction. I'm thinking of doing, like, taking a risk, just doing a full wash over the entirety of the brown and gold. just to bring it down a little bit, so he looks a bit darker. So I'm gonna give that a shot. I was gonna do like Nuln Oil on that, and I've thought about it another second, and I think I'm gonna do Yonder Agrax Earth Shade. I think that's probably a little more sensible, given it's all brown and gold. Oh yeah, Hidden Elephant. Like, if it's okay assembling the stuff like for Monster Apocalypse, and you're all good. And Monpok also, like, the units obviously are like half the time they're quite easy. It's just like Riot Quest is so giggly fun a game. I wish that somehow the models were also like giggly fun accessible, and literally none of them are. Right, I got a whole wet palette ready, and then I'm not using it because I got contrast set, and I don't want to use the wet palette with the inks. Well, maybe I could. I have a real wet palette, and I don't know where it went. So I'm using the good old fashioned. There you have this paint setup. You ever get tempted to do a wash on Transformers and whatnot? I used to do Gundam marker paint touch-ups on a couple Transformers. The main reason I haven't yet is because I'm, like, so obsessed with keeping them pristine for an eventual video that I don't want to yet. But, I should. Grimlockamus really gets you going on that stuff, I find, where I, like, you know, he'll do a repaint on Dinobot, and I'm like, I couldn't do it to that level, but I could do something like that on the bits that are a little bit bland, and that could be neat. Okay, here's the thing. When I do this overall wash, do I want to go toe to head or head to toe? I think head, well, you know, toe to neck, neck to toe. I think toe to neck. I'm going to start on his shoes and see what those look like. That's looking like something. Yeah, Grimlockamus is intensely talented and, in my opinion, ridiculously humble with what he asks for the talented pieces he does put up for sale. I understand, like, for most people, it's like those prices are also so that anyone will pay attention, I'm sure, but, like, you know, it goes into the whole conversation about commission artists in 2D as well. Like, people don't get paid well enough for the time, and it bums me out. And it's no one's fault. It's no individual person's fault. It's like just the overall voice, right, of the quote-unquote marketplace dictates charge $50 for an image that took you like 20 or 30 hours to put together. And 100%, I have biases because I am a creative person who works in creative fields that involve lots of, you know, busy work hours. So I got my biases. But, like, I don't care. You can't take my biases from me. Oh, printed tiny Trojan horse, but then, like, printed just tiny enough so as you can fit a model inside. That's probably a big ask. It'd be cool if you could print a Trojan horse with a printed hinge on the door. I don't know how reasonable that is for resin printing, though. Or even real print. I don't really know a whole lot about 3D printing. I just know people who do it. And I occasionally ask them lots of really stupid questions. When you print something, does the file go away forever? Or can you print another copy of it? If you print something, does it have a soul? If you print something, does it have the same rights as something that was created without 3D printing? It's a new character. Y'all ready for my new YouTube series? Vangelis is irritating. Episode 1. Why do we call it a toaster if you've just put bread in it? No one puts toaster in a toast. No one puts toast in a toaster. I don't think it makes any sense. It should be called a breader. My Patreon spikes to 4 figures. Audiences connect with new everyman. If everyone wears a hat backwards, aren't they really just wearing it forwards and we gotta get with the times? Yes, it has a soul. I am its creator. I give it life. I paint it and give it a gun. Oh, damn. The base Trojan horse holds 3 32mm models. So yeah, that sounds like a long... That sounds like a long print. Do you think all kids doing TikTok now will lead to a super generation whose brains are super good at video editing? Kinda, yeah. To be honest. Mishikis, I like how you keep insisting on the podcast not to listen to old episodes. First episodes only made me want to immediately listen to them afterwards. I know. But I don't have to say it. My personal self feels that I have to say it. Did I get everything on Harlow Hold'em High? I think I did. He is looking better to me already. I don't know how much it actually gets across on the camera. He feels smoother to the eyes. He feels smoother to the eyes. Listen. Sometimes you gotta speak with your heart, not with your brain. You know, you gotta be genuine. On Black Bella, I want to highlight 2 things. I want to highlight her hair up a little bit, and I want to highlight her purple up to Frostbite. Where'd my Frostbite go? I like this color a lot. It's really weird. It's a P3 color called Frostbite, which looks like a bluish gray, and it's also like low-key purple. And I tried to highlight her up before, and it kind of splorted everywhere. Because I was doing all of my brushwork for the last month with this cheapo synthetic, because it has a little cowlick tip at the top. And it kind of worked, but it was always like a little bit of a gotcha game of like whether it would actually go where I wanted it to go. And then I realized I had this Army Painter quote-unquote character brush, which is, I use this for the eyes, and it was like night and day of an experience of actually getting the paint onto what I wanted to get it on. So I want to try using this to highlight her clothes a touch. Yeah, kind of Space Wolf gray. Ben Walters, I'm buying Kamen Rider Saber Sodo figures. I was doing that anyway because I like Sodo a lot, but I was also buying them because Kamen Rider Saber's Sodo line is about 40% 01 and Decade, and briefly Shinkenger. But then I watched, like, 30 episodes of the show in a row, and it turns out I really like the show, so I was really happy, because every time new characters would debut, I was like, I want a toy of him, and then I was like, hey, I have a toy of him, I just haven't built it yet, or stickered it. Alright, I wanna give my thesis here a little bit of a try. First step. Don't put your brush into the Agrax Earthshade puddle. I almost just did. That would have been pro move. Oh, this is night and day compared to using that dinky... Oh. Also, after I put the metallics on Black Bella, I realized I could have probably put more on the structure of her heels, but then I decided, like, why not just run with this? Who's gonna look back there? Like, there's gonna be a limit to how good this looks in the end because of, you know, my human ability. But I just want this to be a little bit closer to white than purple. I was convinced Black Hawk Omega, the first reveal for Book 8, was going to be like they have 3 suits to reveal. And I was pretty sure Sabalo would be like one of the first ones, and then they just friggin' blindsided me with the King Arthur thing. I was like, well, what, huh? What? Like, they're putting in the functionality for an entire large robot to wield an entire Soto figure as a sword. It's kind of bonkers. Mishikis, if you've already been asked, I've been rewatching some of your old videos while working. How does it feel to be part of people's childhoods due to just how long you've been here? It's spooky as all hell. I appreciate very much whenever people mention that, because usually they mention it in a friendly way, and I think that's really kind. And I do have a natural inclination to immediately feel guilty that I haven't been doing a better job of outputting more fresh stuff. But then I'm like, why do you keep translating compliments into, like, ways that you're doing stuff bad? And then, you know, brain doesn't have a response. I think it's really cool. Mostly also because a lot of people who say that, you know, like, kind of a blanket statement here, a lot of people who say that also, like, seem to have turned out real cool. So, it's really neat. Bearded Stranger, whenever I watch painting stuff, inevitably leads you going back to your backlog of model kits. Well, thank you for the kind tip whilst you're doing so. I have existed for half of your conscious life. Well, thank goodness you weren't there for the other half. I mean, like... Oh, wait, no, I got the math backwards on that. You were there for something. Oh, boy. Wait, did I get the math wrong on that? I actually don't know. Thank you. Either way. I think I got the math wrong on that. This is a little tangent. I used to think about, like, I remember the first time I thought about the concept that there was time before me. And I remember that really spooked me. Like, the notion that, like, wait, my parents, like, existed before I did? And then I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then the way that I parsed it eventually was I was like, well, they were just getting everything ready. I still remember, it was when I was watching, I think I was watching the original Pink Panther movie with Inspector Clouseau, and I realized when I saw the year, I was like, wait, that year doesn't make any sense. Oh, by the way, I was a kid when this happened. This wasn't like last year. I should I should mention. Man in lockdown realizes nature of causality. I scrolled Robo Lover Keeper. Thinking about it, this channel has probably been around a decent chunk of your life, but you only found it last year. That means you got a whole lot you can watch. I can wait a little bit before I make new things. Need more cute kobolds existing. I will pass a letter to the upper management about that. Okay, this, by the way, I think this is turning out the way I wanted it to. You can see on the knee pieces there. Like back here, it's kind of working, but like up here, there's deep folds. So like stuff's happening. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm feeling it. That came out a little bit thick over here. I'm still not good at judging when my brush is loaded, and okay, so I'm good with putting the brush in my mouth. I'm still not good with wiping the paint on my thumbnail. I don't know why. That's now the block in my brain of like, well, that's ridiculous. I have to get over that, because it is a lot more sensible than just like hoping I have the brush loaded right. Oh, it's so cool to watch the paint actually come off the bristles without, like, having to account for randomized splatter like on my chintzy brush. I should say, while I'm, like, sitting here, like, poking at this stuff, I really hope y'all are doing alright. You know, like I mentioned earlier, kind of as a gag line, but also as sort of a real... Let's just do this. Hang on, let's do this. This feels really weird. Get off me. I see all the streamers and the YouTube people do that, or on their thumb and stuff, to like, you know, get the consistency right. I just can't... I don't know why, it wigs me out more than putting a brush in my mouth. But, like, I was making a jokey line about, like, you know, now that we're, like, in year 2 of this, but also we're in year 2 of this. So, I hope you all are doing okay. Like, if you're in the States, it seems like you have at least oh, that got places. You've got the comfort of some of the most immediate vaccination on the planet right now. I'm gonna get back in there with a little bit of the... I'm gonna get back in there with a nice, quiet brown wash on those brown bits. That'll fix that. That'll fix that. It's fine. It's fine. Where's my line? That almost went bad, but I'm okay with it. Yeah. Adjutant Antithesis, congrats on the vax. Congrats on the vax schedulax. Tygon, that's good. Yeah, outside of the States, like, I was lamenting in Canada, like, full disclosure, I got my vax, I was able to, last Friday, I kind of lost the entire day, and getting a video out last month, but I was able to book a vax, for Monday this week. In Canada right now, we have a 4-month wait between shot 1 and shot 2 because of a lack of supplies, and I was lamenting about that, and I believe that's also the case in other countries, and, I don't feel like that's really, like, being loudly said in my circles. Oh, Mishikis, that would be pretty freaky. That'd be pretty freaky. I mean, like, it turns out it's probably fine for a lot of folks. I learned a bit about that because we got, in Canada, unofficially, We have Discord channels with health workers in them getting information out to us because a lot of our official channels are not doing a great job of getting information out to us. And they have had lots to share about the AstraZeneca. Hopefully that pronunciation escapes the demonetization bots. Thing. I am, by the way, for those who didn't see my tweets, I'm Team Moderna. My friend Seth was saying I'm in the Moderna Mafia, which sounds pretty cool. I'm hype about being on Team Moderna because Paul Morgan Stetler, who played Curtis Craig in Phantasmagoria 2, is also on Team Moderna, and I want to be on the same team as Curtis Craig because Curtis Craig is an interdimensional superstar. Oh, that looks really good. I like the way this looks. We don't got J&J in Canada yet, I don't think. Right now in Canada, it seems to be AstraZeneca for age 50 up, I think, and then everything else is Pfizer and Moderna, primarily Pfizer. Tygon, yeah, see if you can. Like, even in places where it's going slow, it's like we're moving into the summer, which is when the lowering age range starts to hit the demographics that the analytics tell me watch my YouTube videos. The whole situation's also super fluid. Like, that's the thing I remind myself a lot. It's like right now, second vac's gonna be in late August, and it's like, okay, that could also change. For the better, primarily. Oh, it's so cool putting just little zigzaggy lines on stuff. Makes me so satisfied. See, I'm cool with doing it there. That's fine. I just don't want to do it on my hands, because now all I think about is how I have to, like, wash them. Although I should clarify, I do wash my hands anyway, before I communicate something a little bit spooky, like the idea that maybe I don't wash my hands. No, I do. Oh, this is looking like what I wanted. I'm so happy. James McD, I'd love to see you review the final faction toys from Dollar Tree. It's their in-store G.I. Joes. They'd need to be a Dollarama in Canada for me to be able to do that. Otherwise, I'd be importing Dollar Tree toys. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, look at that rim! Look at that! Oh, I love it when that happens. Contrast is... I found Contrast... Oh! You're on... We have Dollar Tree? Why do I think it's called Dollarama? Wait, do we have Dollar Tree? I don't remember if it's... Because I have Dollaramas near me. Unless I'm misremembering them and they're actually Dollar Trees. I'm so bad with dollar stores. I also don't like milk in bags. Because that's not a Canadian thing. That is an Ontario thing. I grew up in British Columbia where we don't have milk in bags. We have milk in cartons like normal people. And I consider, let me just keep on this tangent for a second. I considered buying bag milk. And then every time I do, it's like, also the 4 bags you're buying will expire. We only sell them in 4s. And they expire way before you're ever going to finish drinking 8 liters of milk. And so I'm like, this is just no good. This is no good for me in my life. Livae, bonsoir! That was me replying to a bonsoir from user Levi. Oh, Adam, no, bagged milk is just like technically, I think it's technically less wasteful, but the bags are still made of plastic. Oh, congrats on second vaxes. It really hit me also, like, how strange it sounds, because, like, you know, I have a lot of American friends online, and so when I mentioned I got my first shot, they're like, oh, sweet, I got one too, I'm getting my second one, like, next Friday, and I'd be like, yeah, my second one's happening in late August, and they'd be like, you what? And it would be like, what's happened to Canada? What are they doing in Canada? And I just have to go, like, it's like primarily a supply issue thing, because right now Canada is not producing its own vaccine. We're receiving it only. And then it is also, you know, like, compounded by some frighteningly awful Progressive Conservative Party provincial governments that are highly exacerbating a lot of situations. And when I say it's some conservative governments, a lot of my American friends then go like, oh! I almost said no politics in the thread, though. That's my habit from when I start doing that on WTF at TFW. That buckle is hella purple, and that's from before I started doing all this nice paint work. I gotta go in and fix that. Like, doing this, getting these fingers while making them still look like fingers when I get them was impossible with that larger brush. And I know that the first thing one might say is like, yes, obviously, fine detail work is impossible with a much larger brush. But, like, you know, 47 years ago. Right, I think that's all the frostbite I want to do on Black Bella. I'm going to call that part of her clothing done! Oh, Blackhawk Omega, our party's names come from a while ago. Oh, Calvin J, I should get the McFarlane Warhammer and paint it too? My pre-orders on both Artist-Proof Space Marines are the ones that never came through off of my Amazon pre-orders. So legit, I tried. Right, I want to do a wash on your wings. I'm going to null oil your wings. How long have I been? Oh, okay. I was getting that worry again where I was like, wait a second, have I been streaming for 3 hours already? But no, it's only been like just under an hour. Oh, I never got the artist proof the only artist proof I got was the artist proof Sister of Battle. And then, like, she's got, this is my little makeshift palette, by the way. She's got, like, artist proof colored, like, soft durometer plastic, and I just don't even know if acrylics will adhere properly to all that. And also, like, the joints are all plastic on plastic, and I'm like, if I paint the joints, they're just gonna, like, NECA out the moment I move the knees, so, like, am I just painting a large miniature at that point? Okay. Let's just see what happens when I null this. Not as severe as I thought it was gonna be. Alright, we're just gonna go full glob. Hey, hashtag big globs! Cheers. Doing big globs with some of that Nuln oil. Some of that GW shade Nuln oil got fresh from the dispensary. Did you hear about the guy on YouTube who says he smokes paint? I barge in the comments section. I don't smoke paint with a. When you use a quartz banger, you're vaping paint. It's different. just picking a fight with people over how I ingest my paints, when really we all know the pure way to ingest paint is with your mouth off a brush. Any true fan could tell you that. Verspringen, congratulations. Achievement unlocked. Glob Gang, rise up. Oh yeah, Blackhawk, we both went to the NECA place. Tygon, you kind of wanted to at first with the artist proofs, now you kind of want to leave it in the box since they never sold them in Germany. You had to ask a friend to get them. Yeah, the artist proofs seem to be like the chase figures. So I'm like, is it... And also, the normal ones have, like, black plastic for the parts that are inside the double hinges. So I'm like, is it not actually just easier to Zenithal Prime, like, one of the normal ones? And then, like, you probably are better off with those as your base colors? NECA's Muckman is coming with slime. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know how this... You know what? Maybe that'll turn out okay. I shouldn't be so mean. There are other people who work at NECA who are completely fine. Maybe they sussed out a really cool way to do slime on an interactable collector's piece that happens to have hinges in it, not an action figure. I should say, if this sounds weird, I'm, like, very mean to NECA. And that does not mean I am mean to people who buy NECA toys. That's completely fine. A lot of their toy concepts are super cool. I'm just mean to NECA. Primarily just to their social media. No one's gonna be all like, wow, you bought a NECA? In fact, you have the opposite. You have a lot of people going like, oh, you've just engaged with the finest toy product on the known market. Like, everyone I know who still enjoys NECA stuff is also super down to dunk on NECA's stuff. Because NECA is a licensed property hoarder, so it's like they'll make stuff that you want. It's inevitable. This is looking grungy, but I like it. And also it's hiding all my mistakes. Oh no, we got a good one. Nagito 004, slime might be the most possible thing they've made. Oh, I was about to do it. I like saying Verspringen. It's just an easy one for me. The way my brain works, right, is eventually you will become Kevin Verspringen, because that's the way my brain works. When I know someone's, like, normal name and their pseudonym becomes their surname. There are people in my phone that I have... What? Wait, what? No, I didn't... Cancel. God. Okay, Blackhawk Omega, I hopefully didn't just, like, moderate you somehow. I was scrolling through the chat, and I happened to hover my finger over your post, and then it was like, oh, you're double tapping! I hate that. If I moderated, it was not intentional. No tinkerer keeps their metal wings clean, let's be honest, I agree. But yeah, I got people in my phone who are listed like that, because I'm like, that's just how I remember people's names eventually. Where'd I put my null oil? Who's been copping my null oil is over here. Yeah, oh my god, I'm on fire. Like, older NECA stuff, I feel like was nicer than newer NECA stuff. In a very broad stroke sense. Tygon came over here and drank all my null oil before I could fill another quartz banger with a glob. Party foul. I'm doing a little bit of null oil on the metal bits on this wrench as well, because I realized I hadn't done that yet and I wanted to. This is a wrench made for clobbering, so it needs a little bit of that dank shading. If you aren't drinking paint, what are you doing with your life? I'm just quoting the chat, by the way. I'm not promoting drinking paint, just to cover my bases. I make no judgments on what one does in their leisure time. I don't want to get too much of this null oil like on the actual red, because I like, this is just like that Blood Angels red contrast paint, and it's friggin' gorgeous all the time. And I don't want to mess with it too much. Sloth210983, these are Riot Quest models from the game Riot Quests, which is a very fun game with somewhat hobby-intensive models that go with it. Red97 Ghost, hello! Scrolling up a little bit. In 2014, guess I'll use these random lyrics from Attack on Titan op. Little did you know you'd find a person who likes saying German words really loud. A Bagman, I didn't even... Wait, didn't... oh yeah, NECA did do non-Godzillas. I just remember when they talked about how the license wouldn't let them do anyone but Godzilla. That was me being petty mean. I'm just catching up a little bit. Yeah, Tygon, contrast paints are weird. They are also all different from each other, in a sense. Contrast is actually like 4 different paint lines that shouldn't be sold. I don't want to moderate this person! Stop doing that. Contrast paints being sold as one type of paint is incredibly misleading, in my experience. They made a Mothra that was just giant wings and a 2-centimeter long body. Hello, Raniel and Tina. Thank you for showing the support, as you stated you did. Yeah, and Super 7 is like, how do you put it? They're not the anti-NECA, that's not the way to put it, but it's the Super 7 is like the quiet, like, the people who walk in the room and go like, no, they're wrong, but they're not doing it maliciously. They're just like, no, those guys I don't know what they're talking about, and just like taking you over to the cool side of the room. We heard from these guys you can't do that. What are they talking about? No, we're not going to start dunking on those guys, but just like, wait, no, come over here, we'll have some fun. We'll have fun with cool toys. There we go. That's some of that contrasting I like to do. Anything else? Anything else needs this? Wait, how's my battery low? I have it plugged in. Oh, this is a stupid cable. Hang on, the stream's gonna get a little bit funky. Good? We good. Alright. My iPhone cable should be replaced. But I haven't. That's what just happened. Chad NECA. Red97 Ghost, these are not 3D printed. These are resin and pewter. These ones I'm working on, I think, are all completely pewter, if I remember right. There's no resin on them. got Fig Arts Realizing Hopper. Oh, nice. Wait, I didn't keep up that they did a Realizing Fig Arts. Is it just, like, shinier? Now I'm starting to remember a shinier one, but I don't know if that's my brain just making assumptions. Do I have any new Lightning collection? I don't have anything new. I have a bunch, but I haven't kept up a ton. Calvin J, I have not watched Invincible yet. I read the comic when it was new for a year or two, and I watched clips of the show. Oh, it was a con exclusive. You're right. It was one of those it's the Tamashi exclusives that are like meant to go with a major toy show. There's a paint gradient around the green. The green itself is over clear plastic. That sounds really cool. All right, the only other thing I'm thinking about doing on Widget, I'm gonna brag a little bit about some sloppy work, but I'm gonna brag anyway. I free-handed these yellow and blue stripes on her pants, and they're a bit messy with a little bit of bleed, but I'm happy enough with them. And I was trying to figure out if I want to do any shading or highlighting on them. And I'm kind of talking myself out of it, because I think that at tabletop view, when they're like over here, they're fine. And I think if I try to mess with them anymore, it's going to go badly. So I'm thinking I'm going to leave her pants alone. And her hair as well, I think I'm going to leave alone. Which would mean that she's for the most part done. Unless anyone's got some hot tricks. Like, I can't just do a wash on her pants because the colors are literally yellow and blue. So whatever wash works for one absolutely doesn't work for the other, as far as I'm thinking. And it's contrast blue, so I feel like it's done a decent job, like on the shirt, shoulders and stuff, of like looking like there's like at least a bit of variance. So I kind of want to leave it alone. The main show with her really is like the wings and the wrench. For Harla Hold'em High over here, I want to do some contrast over his guns. Oh, where's my reference? Here it is. The gun pommels and the triggers I want to do with snakebite over them to make them gold-ish. Where'd the snakebite go? How do I keep putting it in between a bunch of stuff? Tell her to wash her own dang pants. That's grody. Fair. Yeah, about NECA and Toho, I might have said this to Blackhawk on Twitter, actually. I feel like there's one thing of, like, they might change their minds, is also, like, they might have said one thing to someone and something to someone else, depending on the tone by which they were communicated with. And who knows? But, like, tone has a lot of impact as well, and, like, there could be a chance that, like, they were engaged in a way where it was, like, they went, no, you can only do Godzilla. And then when someone else came to them with a different tone, maybe they went like, oh, you know, you could do anything you really want. Randy and Tina, do I have any tricks to blend colors? I'm not very good at color blending. I'm just using acrylics on models. Primarily, I do the thing where, like, you put a little bit of saliva in here, and then you, like, get the two colors down and start just swishing them around a little bit. Tygon. Oh, yeah. Almost 1:30. You gotta, yeah, take it easy. Have a good night. I gotta remember what I wanted to do here, so I'm just gonna quickly slap this down on this band. Get it all up on the bottom. Yeah, RKFs and, like, basically between RKFs and Sodo, I do kind of feel like Fig Arts is having its lunch eaten to a degree. Because, like, sometimes I find even Rider Fig Arts, not just the Marvel ones, have this feeling of, like, well, we gotta do this. Well, we gotta do this. And, like, there's, like, good base level stuff, but, like, being impressed by them is happening with me less and less. And I feel like Sodo is like fully occupying like most of what I wanted Figuarts to do for me, outside of like some really cool articulation tricks. And RKF, for folks who don't like Sodo, is like, it seems like a ton of people are finding full satisfaction with RKF. And I'm not trying to like dog on RKF. I don't really collect it myself because I like Sodo so much, and I'm like, why I don't really need to do both of these. Hello, Lawrence Retiro. Yeah, Blackhawk, like a little bit of that Masterpiece Generation Studio series bleed over. I think with Masterpiece, they still, like, they have, like, that passion project feel, even if they hit or miss at times. But, like, Figuarts sometimes is, like, I don't know. Like, I'm saying this partly because it's on my mind. I just got Figuarts Saber, Brave Dragon. Absolutely is also a figure affected by them doing the whole, like, you know, we're going to strip some stuff out so we can be at a bargain price going in, but we're still not going to make that many. And some of those choices really annoy me. Primarily, you have to... It's apparently Iron Man toys all do this now with Figuarts, where you have to, like, pull the top of the knuckle off and put it onto the hand you're going to use. And on Saber, it's, like, not a big piece. So all they're saving is the two stripes on each one. And I get it, but I'm like, maybe you could also just charge me the extra $10 so I don't have to, like, fiddle with tiny knuckle plates for very little appreciable experience on my part. And it's a bummer, because like the Saber Figuarts, like, it does actually a cool trick for the coat, where the coat's like on a kind of slidey joint, and it's done with like a softer plastic. But then also with Figuarts now, I get that Masterpiece Transformers feeling, where I'm like, okay, slidey joint with like soft plastic. It turns out the extending hips from the 2010s don't survive very well, so like, what all is up with this slidey soft plastic? Oh, have a good one, Mudawat. Thank you for stopping by. Having a sip of my water cameo. Yeah, the side coat on Brave Dragon on the Figuarts is really good, in my opinion, if it survives over time, and I have no way to tell. It just gives me that slight vibe, like that Storm Collectibles vibe of like, I don't know if this is gonna live for 10 years, and then, you know, obviously, like, is it the necessity of a toy piece to actually live for 10 years? And I'm like, you know, that's a conversation for a wide range of folks to have. Like, for me, I do want it to live for 10 years. I would rather it live for 10 years to some degree. Oh, I wanted to try a trick on him. That's right. What's up, everyone? We're gonna try some tricks. Not the cereal. The word tricks. It's an English word. Oh wait, I have a whole thing on my cup for this. You just put this like, oh wait, just tilt this. Just put this like that. Hell yeah. This paint disguise just water, you got me. Zero Toys figures. I don't remember what they do. What's the Zero Toys figures release that is like the hot thing right now? Because that name is ringing a bell immediately, but I forgot what their project is. Oh yeah, a lot of Figuarts joints are easy to repair. It's the extendy hips on a lot of the 2010s ones. The problem is they just crumble after like several years pass by for a lot of folks. And it's like, that's something where I'm like, oh, that's where I look at a thing like SHF Upgrade, and I'm like, why are you not just manufacturing replacement hips? Because they all use the same inner ring sticky outy stuff, and like, you could make bank just producing those for a lot of 2010s fig arts. Yeah, I've heard about the crumbling, and I probably will experience it. I just haven't opened those fig arts for like 5 years because I'm too afraid. All right, here's the tech. We're going to pop out some of that glaze medium. Oh, had the first #1 whose hip joint just crumbled a bit ago. Yeah, like that's... I mean, that is also... Like, that one is past 10 years old, but still, it's like... Like, Jeeg, over on Twitter, is the one from whom I've learned a lot of this. It's like, just... It's not like all of them either. It's just like some specific ones that have a tendency to do so. Alright, how thin is this looking? Get some more water in there. Just make it nice and runny. Nice and runny and swish. Like, one thing that caused it on some fig arts was that, like, if you had one where the hip ball felt like a ratchet, like it was clicky, that was making those rings, like, vibrate against each other a lot over time, which would fracture them. But then, like, there's some where it's, like, the figure, like, who was one? Like, Amazon. The original fig arts Amazon would just be in his package for, like, you know, half a decade. You pull him out, and, like, the leg just goes, like... You're like, what happened? Like, I want to say, and the color shouldn't... I don't think the color is an indicative thing, but, like, original fig arts Amazon, Gills is another one I've heard about a whole lot. Gills really spooks me because I like Gills a lot and I don't want that to happen to mine. What I'm doing, by the way, I'm doing a whitewash on the runes on Harlow Hold'em High's guns in the hopes that then I can go in and do like a blue wash to make it look like the runes are glowing inside the guns. That is our goal here. Because it should both make for like a neat inner glow effect and then also add a little bit of that object source lighting, which always makes me feel really happy. Alright, I'll leave that to sit for a bit. What was that? Was there a thing with the Kabuto and Fives fig arts as well? Like, I didn't keep up with those ones as much. Yeah, like, you gotta lube the fig arts joints if they're clicky, and then, like, it doesn't stick. Like, it's a shame, because, like, I really like fig arts, and I wish that this wasn't, like, a conversation that's just so common about them. And then, like, I feel almost a little maudlin that I'm like, yeah, and then I think I just like Sodo and Shodo more than fig arts now. Oh, yeah, this dude's like I forgot his lore, but he is like a dwarven gunslinger. And in the artwork, his eyes are pure white, so that was nice because I didn't have to worry about painting pupils, because that's a disaster. Oh, I wanted to highlight the blue hair on Black Bella, so I gotta find me a nice blue for that. Because this is just Army Painter blue tone over a zenithal undercoat. Oh, right. I kind of remember the Fives and Kabuto fig arts having the problems. The Kabuto ones also probably just from being like OG fig arts. What do I want to do with you? I'm going to leave her pants alone. I think her pants are fine. I want her hair to have just another little layer up. This feels right. Some of that Azul Andrea feels right. If you've got a ball socket joint that is like fully locked and you can't get it out, I would recommend getting a bit of shock oil in there. Shock oil is like the other side of floor polish for my uses. If you get like a little drop of shock oil on a toothpick and work it into the crease around the ball joint, wiggle it a little bit, it will start to get in there and allow for the ball socket joint to find its freedom. Where's that glaze medium at? There we go. Thing with shock oil is like less is more in a critical way with shock oil. Like it's if you've never worked with it before on figures, it's a lot more powerful than it looks. So it's usually safer to have a very less is. I was going to use this as a mixing brush. It's safer to have like a less is more approach with it. But I use it for a lot of things. What I was doing there's ribs on here, so I'm using the ribbed texture to get the paint off the brush. Yeah, I agree. Shock oil and floor polish are like essentials. I am a little surprised that a company has not like marketed like a little bottle of shock oil and a little bottle of floor polish as like, you know, and a spudger as like the collector's toolkit and like sold that for like a, you know, like 200% markup. For convenience's sake. It just feels like a thing that would have happened by now. Alright, let's see what happens when I put this blue onto this blue. Let's see if it is... I'm going to do it back here. See if it ends up looking okay. Actually might be a little bit too thin. Oh well. Apologies if I get a little bit quiet during this. I find these kind of highlighting sessions to be incredibly zen. A little bit of that clear mind moment where you're like, I just think about the paint and the mechanical action of putting it where my eyes see that it needs to go with as little pressure as possible. And then you kind of just zone out a little bit and you're like, huh, the universe. What if I could astral project myself to the moon? Wouldn't that be neat? I wonder if they have blue paint on the moon. Obviously they don't, you fool. No one lives there. So why would they have any kind of manufactured artistic product? Well, buddy, I was thinking about, you know, dreamy fantasy stuff while I'm here in my zen moment. I don't know why you gotta be the one to start stepping in and trampling all over my stuff, my beautiful thoughts with your friggin' cinema sins kind of pointless questioning and nitpicking. Honestly, you don't even pay your rent on time. I've been talking with the others. We'd like you to leave. What? It says? I thought the rent payments were due I thought they were due on the 14th. Yeah, we've had this conversation a bunch of times, pal. You keep saying, oh, I think it was due sometime in the next 10 days, because that's how long it takes for you to run your pyramid scheme, to collect the rent together, and then pretend like you're doing us a favor, trying to give, you know, all the rent. Oh, look at what I did just for you guys. And in fact, I've bought you all some coffee mugs. And we know you didn't buy the coffee mugs. We know they're product samples from your dinky little YouTube page where you review coffee mugs. Like, we know your whole shtick now. It's insulting, honestly, that you keep trying to do this. Sorry, what? I haven't checked the chat. I should have a look. Blow dryers, yes, that's also a good thing to have. Hello, Ronnie Lane. I don't think I said hello to you. What things do you do to improve your mental health, especially at this time? Well, one thing I like to do is have kind of a zen moment where I paint miniatures and kind of just, you know, think about the universe. And self-assess, you know, the what you call the internal apartment of your brain. And then you realize, like, hey, this friggin' freeloader, he keeps negging all of us all the time, and then when we ask him for his rent, he starts playing dumb. He starts implying, like, oh, I always pay my rent on the 14th, or, you know, pick your date, right? Pick your date of whatever the nearest multiple of 5 is. And then you even mention to him, like, well, actually, it's May 5th tomorrow, fool. So, checkmate. I got a little bit too much of this light blue on some of the stuff in there, but we can fix that. How do I... Okay. No, that's not going to work. We got to go over here. There we go. I have become quite a proponent of talking to yourself loudly during the course of this pandemic situation. I think it's a healthy, engaging way to keep your senses about you. You know, stay attuned with the physical world that you exist in. I think that's the best I'm going to do for this right now. I'm making a bit of a face with my mouth. I think we're good. I think we're good with this. That's just a little poppier. It's a little poppier. I like that. Oh, I bumped the thing that my camera's on. I would say blow dryers are also good for hair. After you get out of, like, a shower, if your hair's wet, blow dryer is a good way to get your hair to, like, take the right shape without trying to, like, force comb it up. You know, get the blow dryer in there at the roots. I'm gonna check my battery one more time. I'm gonna swish down. Okay, it is charging. It is charging. That's good. Paranoid moment there. I'm gonna do, I think, like after this dries, some slight blue washes on a few parts that are a bit too bright on the hair. Oh, wait, I wanted to get the back of this. There we go. Oh, you're near 1 a.m. as well. Holy moly. Thanks for stopping by, Adam Midalunski. Yeah, the rest of this will be up in a VOD, by the way. Because YouTube does that automatically, so, like, why not take advantage? Now that I'm putting a lighter blue on, this is gonna go bad, but I want to know. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't mess with this. Oh, that does look good, though. I do like how that looks. I do kind of like how that looks. I think I'm going to do this. Just add that little spot of Little spot of contrast in there. Yeah. So, Yarrow, oh my. Yeah, that's all right. Oh yeah, there's a skull on the top of this thing. I always forget about that. It's like the cap that holds the wires together. Okay. Back to you. I want to null oil the parts that are going to stay silver. This paint has to get off the brush tip, please. Thank you. Get the cap on there. Huh. Right, and all the oiling stuff. I still got some down here. Hooray. Wet palettes are great. What day is today? Tuesday. It's Tuesday. How's everyone's Wednesday looking? I know we're not, like, in the heart of Wednesday anywhere yet, from the folks who are watching right now, but hope you all have got, something healthy for the brain on Wednesday, as opposed to something not healthy for the brain. Generally, I hope you all got something healthy for the brain, full stop. But I know that's not the situation that everyone can just decide to do. Just null oiling the silver bits on these pistols, whilst I say so. Oh, you're right, it's RE8 soon. Like, soon? I forgot the date. Running lane looking alright. Maybe peek into your GameStop. I dig it. They're springing a new job on the 17th. Alright, yeah. Week and a half load up time. Oh, crap. Seth looks... Professional miniatures painter Seth looks from Instagram.com/Seth Painting Miniatures. I gotta make sure I do everything right. Oh, I'm getting nervous. My hands are shaking. Ah! Hello, sir. I'm just putting some null oil on my metallic, sir. Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Okay, I'm back. I got a phone call. It's one of the dangers of streaming on your phone. Is when someone calls you on your phone, the YouTube app literally shrieks like Cthulhu is being birthed inside its nose. I forgot to turn cellular functions off whilst I was doing the stream. Why don't you just stream with a camera? Oh, you know, we don't all get to live in the lap of luxury. Ronnie Lane, I would love for them to do a Studio Series Bumblebee based on how he actually ended up looking in the movie. That would be a delight. Like, I don't mind the different look. It's actually also that I think the VW Deluxe B is just like a bit of a weak toy. I like the masterpiece they did, like, even though it's not screen accurate whatsoever, it's like a fun toy. So I'm like, it's, you know, it's still hitting the right marks for toydom. I missed something from Seth. Glazing! Oh, boy. I think I did some glazing, actually. You can't get me on that one. Oh, man. These are starting to look done. I'm so happy. Oh, yeah, I gotta do null oil on her metallics. I forgot. Is it weird that, like, the thing I'm most excited for Transformers-wise is the Super 7 Ultimates figures? No, like, that's... Those, like, those are pretty neat. And I think there's, like, an inherent excitement to them in, like, finding out how they turn out in final production, right? Like, because there's no way really to know. Like, the closest analog that they've said is, like, our Voltron, but it's also, like your Voltron's also way different than, than a Transformer. Sleep and see you. Hang on. Sleep and see Lily. Hello. I almost added like 15 Ys. Why'd you do that? Don't ask me why. I don't know why. Did I still get it wrong? God. I took a Y out. I took a Y out. Don't tell... Listen. Y'all, okay. There's only, like, 30 of you here, okay? I got it right. Okay? Because I know all your faces. I memorized them. I got it right. If I hear someone go, like, did you hear about the guy... He got the word... He said sleep in and not sleepy. I'll know it was one of you, and, like, I got the resources. 30? I could deal with 30 people, no problem. What was I doing? I was using null oil on metallics. Yeah. Here we go. Pardon my silence, I'm getting that null oil focus. Y'all know what I mean? When you're like just watching the null oil go in and you're like, that's beautiful. The cosmos. The universe. The one bummer is it does take away some of the really cool sheen from the Vallejo real metals, but a small coat of hand-applied gloss varnish after top coating, I find, brings a lot of that back. I'm just transferring null oil from one knife to the other because I put too much on, and it's a delicate operation. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the delicate operation. I'm catching bits of chat. I might be missing the topic slightly, but I was gonna say something that I think is really cool about Transformers. There's a lot of cool. Hey, did you know those robots like turn from robots into cars? But like one of the other cool things about Transformers is, like, you can step away from it right now with the current trajectory. You can step away from it for, like, literally years and come back. And it's like, oh, but there's cool, fresh stuff to do that's more aligned with my tastes. That's one of my favorite things about Transformers. Its eternal nature also makes for, like, safe departure and safe breaks without worrying that you're gonna, like, you know, miss an era or something. Also got a little bit of that. Oh, I got some null oil around the eye patch for just like that touch of contrast line. I love it! Put the contrast line inside my eyes. Seeing MP Skids talk. only happening because the car mode is super popular in Japan. Probably explains a Reboost as well. Reboost, who I feel is being marketed harder than Skids. It just might be the way I'm reading it, you know, off and on. I feel like Reboost is getting way more press. Skids is like this background, like, oh, we had to make this. Oh, Bagman stepped off for 5 years, Red and SS86 reeled you back in. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can easily with Transformers, like Transformers is a these are words I hate using, I just don't know better ones. It is a franchise and fandom where you don't have to stay really intensely engaged. You know, out of, like you know, you can. But some other franchises and fandoms, I find you kind of have to stay intensely engaged to be able to check in on it to a degree. I don't know if that really makes sense. Whereas with Transformers, like, you can just look away for a while and just be like, I'm just not gonna look right now. And then come back at just some indeterminate point and just kind of click right back in place and be like, yeah, I'm down. I like what I'm seeing right now. What's up, everyone? Hashtag what up, Transformers fans? Goofy Goof, tell me you do a Warhammer podcast now. Me doing a Warhammer podcast would be like the joke I do about Gundams, but as a podcast, and I don't think it would fly for very long. If, like, me podcasting about Warhammer would be like talking on someone else's Warhammer podcast, I think. Which could be fun. I just don't have tons to say, because I'm like, sweet, they made me a whole bunch of new Necrons. And then after that, it's like, I don't care about this other stuff they're making. Did you know Radukar's actual full name in canon? They haven't revealed it yet. It's a top scoop from the V-Hammer minicast. Revealing now, Radukar's full name is Tad Vlepis Radukar. It's a big reveal. We're honored and privileged to be the ones to do the reveal on that. Thank you so much, Private Tier Press, for giving us the inside track on that info. Look forward to our month-long May content, which is us telling you all about quick buyer's guides on how to get into Curse City. See, like, I know the bits and pieces, but, like, I don't have a lot of meaningful things to say. Like, right now, I know, like, if I want to be annoying, I just talk about, like, hey, has anyone got a beginner's guide for how to get into Curse City? Really looking to pick up my first wave of Curse City stuff. I'd like to get into that game, I think. Ooh, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? What did I do last time? I'm thinking about the inner glow on these. I did something like this on Balthazar Bamfist, another Riot Quest model. I like saying their names, by the way. He is right over. Hang on. Hang on a second. Just settle down. Hold your horses. Hold on. Hold on a second. Just settle down. Settle down. Hold on. Settle down. Just hold your horses. Hold your horses for a darn second. Just wait. Whoa. Let's all slow down. Whoa. Oh, hang on. Whoa, hey, whoa. Let's not get carried away now. Whoa. Hey. Whoa. Okay, what did I do on you? That is... I think that's blue ink over the white. So it's not a paint, I don't think. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Or blue tone, I should say. Oh, you guys are talking about red. Yeah, the clicky ab on Megatron is cool. He's my only red toy. But like that's neat. And apparently that sounds like the clicky ab ratchet is common in them. But also, yeah, I also agree with Oh My God, I'm on Fire that the red does not feel like Lightning Collection or G.I. Joe Classified, and I'm in the same position. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna keep collecting them, but I see the appeal. Like, there's cool stuff going on. Just they're not quite where I want a 6-inch Hasbro thing to be if I'm gonna like buy lots of them. But I'm doing 1 drop of tone to 4 drops of the glaze medium. Lightning Collection has paint issues, yes. That seem to be getting slightly worse as time goes on. I don't know if I'm going to keep getting Lightning Collection. Like, I really like all the ones I have now. I kind of want to hold off and then maybe, like, buy a used lot somewhere down the road if that is at all feasible somewhere down the road. Alright, let's see what happens. It's way darker than I thought it was going to be. Oh, I know how I can do this, though. If I do this and then another white glaze on top and then a blue glaze and a white glaze, then we're going to have some business happening. We're going to start making some money, as they say. Yeah, let's see how that pans out. Need to wait a sec for that to dry up. I cannot comment on the Vinny Caravella situation at this time. Seth Looks, first, thank you for joining us. Cannot comment on this time. It's, you know, the future's a wide open thing. It's exciting, really, for all of us. And, you know, whatever someone's future endeavors may end up being. I'm just getting some more blue on Black Bella's pants. Put a little blue glaze on. They call me the Blue Glazer. So this is the thing I need to stop doing, where I'm trying to apply blue glaze on the inside of her pant leg, where literally no one can see it, because I know it's there. And, like, that's just inviting disaster. Yeah, for those who weren't here early on in the stream, when folks were like, how's things going? I was like, oh, today's been not a great brain day. And the giant bomb news was a part of that. Like, I woke up inflicting a weird brain state on myself, and then that came up a bit later. That's partly why I was like, I think I need to do a painting stream, because I was like, I need to do some mini painting, and I need to have a reason to talk while doing it and interact with some humans. I'm going to now do a white glaze over top of this again. Yeah, it's like, oh, not a good brain day. Then, like, something comes by, activates all emotions even harder and not the best way. And I'm like, oof! Oof! Needs some mini painting, I think. Think I could do with a bit of mini painting a little. There we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're getting that runic glow going that I want to do. Mario 64. Oof! Bearded Ian, yes. I was telling someone else this. I forgot where this was in my Twitterings, but like about the folks taking off at the end of the week. And it's like I have lived through the lesson more than once now of like, how do you put it? Getting used to following the people who create things I like over their platforms. But this is by far, and I think probably in perpetuity, going to be the hardest one of these for me to get over. Enormously so. But, you know, there's a lot of silver linings. Like, they're all okay, for instance. No one's in a bad place. Here's Wrench Slam Gal for you. By the way, I wanna highlight something I did. I'm gonna talk myself up. When I did the basing, I tried to do the basing so it looks like she's just ramrodded that wrench through something in the floor. So there's like a drag of debris. I'm happy with that. Oh, I wanted to get a little bit of a darker blue glaze on some of this hair to bring a few parts back down. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, anything, like, it's weird, it's a little weird for me to talk about it too, because I keep wanting to say, like, you know, any kind of media that goes on for like 13 years, like, you end up just being happy that the 13 years even happened. And then whenever I start saying that, I'm like, you know, like my own Transformers podcast. And then I want to hold off talking about that too much, like in that, you know, using those kind of words and phrasings on Twitter, because that will immediately make people think like, uh-oh, WTF is going to disappear now as well. It's not. I got two episodes to edit. The thing it did to me was make me kind of think more about like what's going on with my brain, and it made me get a little fired up. And I was like, in honor of the Beastcast of Giant Bomb East, I want to get my damn brain back. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do something over the course of this month to start sharing something over the course of next month and get some stuff happening. I am sick and tired of having trouble doing creative stuff. Circumstances withstanding, I still feel like there's something in my head that's like sucking all the good ideas away and farting on them and then flushing them down a toilet. And I am tired of that. Zambles, I'm talking about giantbomb.com. It's an important website to me as a media person. WTF and TFW is now a Tamashii Web exclusive, revealed here on this stream. We've decided that we'd be more appealing if it was even harder to listen to us with any regularity. Oh no, I don't want Rob Ford's teeth on any of my stuff. This is ew. Giant Bomb's not like dead, but Brad, Vinny, and Alex all announced today that their last day is on Friday. So it's feeling kind of... There is a very end times feeling floating around. Bagman, do I collect 112 Collective? I liked it at first, and then as time's gone on, I found 112 feels too much like micro Hot Toys to me. And I don't like messing with things that don't feel like I'm supposed to keep messing with them. So I've kind of started holding off on 112. I like what I got, but it wasn't like the full feeling. Zambles, yeah, they're like original crew. Like the site, the only original person left on the site right now is Gersman. Yeah, Ian, I would say, like, even keep doing the gaming. I'm not trying to, like, talk up a thing, but, like, this hobby streak thing, like, kind of works. Like, especially since you become accountable, in a way. You're the only one who's really the one who's going to be the judge of yourself, but, like, posting something for Hobby Streak every day, where it's just, like, all you have to do is interact with something relevant to modeling at all. And that's your Hobby Streak activity for the day. It's, like, really amazing how much it gets you to do. Like, I've been sitting on these models for, like, over a year and a half. And then just, like, I am going to at least apply, brown, done. And then come back the next day and, like, I don't know, it's really cool. Like, not making a whole event of, like, I must complete this from start to finish now in this span of time. But just, like, I am going to apply silver. All right, that's all for today. It really helps, and I feel like that's still applicable to Gunpla, which, admittedly, I'm just assuming you're talking about. Yeah, oh my god, I'm on fire. 112 stuff where it's cloth suits over guys is like what I like. The Mezco original characters, I friggin' wish I could get into them. But also, like, getting 112 stuff is just pricey enough, where, like ordering off their site, the shipping to Canada is kind of a bummer. When it does exist, and, like, it's an easier line to, like, move into spectating rather than like picking up a whole lot. Yeah, see, Lily, the Hobby Streak is, like, it's very much a miniatures painting thing, like with this stuff, if you look at the hashtag. But, like, I'm applying it to Soto figures as well, because you sticker those up, right? It's still a Zen creation process of applying the labels carefully with a spudger and things. Yeah, just, like, trying to make sure that you do it once a day, so you also take a picture and put it on your social media. Like, there's no clout gained. It's not, like, you can easily start thinking that, but, like, you just wipe that out of your mind, and you're just like, no, this is just, I'm putting it up for the world so that I have a reason to do it, and that it is clear if I... I'm back! Did y'all hear my... Okay, I'm curious. Did y'all hear my phone call, or did it just, like, blip out? I'm getting the feeling from the first comment I'm reading that it blipped out. Oh, Ian, you're building a Zoid. Yeah, go for it. Just, like, even if you, like, don't have to build it to completion, but, like, finish the line or something of instructions. I don't know how their manuals work. Oh, it blipped out? Okay. Yeah. That was my mom calling, so I picked up, and I said, hey, what's up? I'm live streaming. Your phone call is making my phone flip out, and it's making the YouTube app have a seizure. I'll call you back later, though. What was I doing? I was gonna do some more of that Runic stuff. Okay, just stop mid-sentence. I think that's what it does, like, in the VOD, too. Ronnie Lane, $8 entry grade Gunpla. That's not, yeah, those entry grade things, there's, like, Common Rider ones as well. They sound like if you just want to scratch that hobby itch, like, it's a way to do it. Oh, right, I know what I want to do. I want to mix a bit of this Azul in with a bit of this white glaze. Make an ice white glaze. You can't tell. The ice white glaze. That's the color I want! There we go. Yes. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought of whatever I was saying. I'm so pleased with myself. Oh, right, those, like, first grade ones. Yeah, the Common Rider ones are, like, yeah, they're mostly just little, like, statues you're building. They have the saber one at one of the local hobby stores. It's amusing. It's, like, the only Common Rider saber merch they have. And it's this, like, weird model kit. So they get in some of the figurize things at Yonder Meeple Mart. It's like you found the Lego you were looking for the last hour. Kinda, yeah. Kinda, not an hour, but otherwise, kinda, yeah. This is the color I wanted to have coming out of those runes, this kind of icy blue. Oh yeah, Zambles, I'm in Toronto, so like one of the hobby advantages of being in Toronto is that most of the Canadian major like hobby and gaming stores have their storefronts in Toronto. So like you not only can like visit them, but like if you order from them, you get it within like 2 days. You can do curbside pickup with them right now, which is a great excuse to get a little bit of walking in. It's also a great way to like go through a lot of money that you shouldn't be spending. Yeah, Barnes & Noble they've carried Bluefin stuff for a while, and Bluefin is starting to get Shoto and Soto over here, which is really good for all y'all Americans. It's meaningless for me. They got the Soto Gaim exclusives up on the Bluefin store and on the Premium Bandai USA store, and I'm like, this is great. None of it ships to me. This is useless to me, but I'm happy for everyone else, and I can't be too snarky about it. But also, it kind of bums me out. But my hope is that like they're going to get bought in a way where they're going to be floating around on an aftermarket that is a lot easier for me to get to than just going to Mandarake and checking there all the time. So I want to wait for that hair to dry. Aside from the rune guns, I'm going to call you done. I like your color swish that you got happening here. Oh man, I think I'm going to done it. Because I think widget I'm going to call done as well. So I just got to start painting those bases. Oh my god, I'm on fire. Oh! It drives me nuts that all, like, the whole Team Rider US thing, right? Which, slightly cynically, is just selling toys, right? Is meaningless to Canadians. Like, when they put up all those Rider t-shirts on the Amazon storefront because it was shipping out of their warehouse, I couldn't order any of those. And I did get a little snarky about that eventually, because I feel like that you gotta say something to show that, yes, Canadians would love for there to be a Team Rider CA Twitter telling us about Amazon Canada stuff you're selling or whatever. But yeah, it's a bummer. Like, I understand shipping logistics don't care about this, but the fact it's literally like walkable up the border on like a, you know, not, okay, walkable in a giant hand trade pallet or something in a fantasy land up the border. It makes me make that noise I just made. For my bases right now for Riot Quest, this is these are models I saw that pop up too. They're from Riot Quest. It's a game I like. Right now, for the first wave ones, I'm doing P3 Battlefield Brown as the base color. The Winter Wasteland ones, I am intending to use some terrain snow on them, and I'm going to do their bases a little bit differently. That's my current plan. And the bases have already changed a bit. Like Balthazar here from the starter set, I was just doing like a couple glued rocks and some PVA with some dirt. And then as time went on, I got more basing material. So like here you can see some Warlord Games two different kinds of basing materials plus some of that sand and rocks. So things are like changing as we go. I was still waiting for Mugen's figures. Yeah. Oh man, Ghost is the series I think that was the one that just got like slapped in the face with the change of priorities for fig arts. of like, we actually only really want to put 3 to retail. Because Fig Arts had been like, I think Fig Arts just stopped making sense for retail, and I see how that happens. Like, if you think about the Fig Arts that have kind of like shelf warmed online over the years, and it's like, Fig Arts is perhaps too expensive for someone to purchase, like, 2 or 3 of them every month now. So I see how it becomes more of a made-to-order Tamashii Web thing. But it still is kind of a bummer to think about. Also, my wet palette's getting really dry. Don't tell anyone I did. You're not supposed to do this. I'm just going to tip some of my paint bucket water into this wet palette. Get it to rehydrate a little bit. Zambles, they're all standing on salt because when we play Riot Quest, we play to win. We're gamers. True gamers got all that salt. It's because I texture the bases and then I do the undercoats. So I undercoated these in black and then white in a zenithal angle. It's 4D chess pre-planning, correct. Well, it's a thing. Miniatures painters, it's a common thing to, like, finish painting the figure and then sort out your basing, and then just, like, put some basing mud on and then paint it and stuff after you painted the figure. I just, like, for me, in the way my brain works, I like to do all that, at least most of that, beforehand, so that, like, I'm not beholden to the color of the basing material. I'm just beholden to its texture, which is what I want it for. Did I ever get the New Kingdom Black Arachnia? I, in fact, have 2, because my first one came with 2 left feet, which prevent her from transforming properly. So I bought another one, because that was easier than trying to figure out any kind of replacement program with a retail transformer. So this is my 2 left feet Black Arachnia. She doesn't fit in the shot very well. Oh, Ronnie Lane says, Kingdom Wave 2 tip. If you can buy in person, check Huffer's shoulders. You got a Huffer with 2 right shoulders. I don't think that's a problem on mine, but I had not heard about that. That's a bummer. Huffer's a good toy. Huffer has weird fans, I'll say. Like, some of the Huffer fans are kind of, you know what I mean. Like, now that, we're all friends here in this room. It's Huffer fans. A little bit strange, those Huffer fans. I'm doing a bit because there's a Huffer fan kind of in the room, and I'm trying to nag him. I am using my platform to bully the Huffer fan. I saw something about the Citadel paint handles. I like them quite a bit. There's a reason I got 2. The paint handles and the paint, or the water cups that Citadel make, they're good. Like, I'm totally down with kind of like dunking on Citadel tools and etc. being often a little bit overpriced because they're hoping you don't know other people make them. But when they do stuff right, like, they do stuff right. Keep my sweet Huff boy's name out your mouth. Is what Seth Looks said. Seth Looks on, not Seth Looks on Instagram, but Seth Paints Painting Minis, Seth Painting Paints Minis on Instagram. It's a pretty cool Instagram account full of painted miniatures by a fellow named Seth who paints them. I gotta get more of this Battlefield Brown on these base rocks. I gotta put more on my palette. I don't have enough to get a nice big fat glob. Let's get a hashtag fat globs! 1 gram glob of that Battlefield Brown. Put it in my quartz banger. Where'd it go? Here it is. Man, this Army Painter Regiment brush is like just devouring paint into the root of the brush. Like I'm constantly finding it's like up in here. And I'm like putting it on here. I don't know. Nerds of the North, considering picking up one to make work on your Space Marines a bit easier. Yeah, it like when you don't have to hold the model, it's even better for like your fingers, like they don't get as tired. To be honest, I do like this one a little bit more because this overhang thing is just peachy. Like, you know, like being able to just like put your whole hand up there, then balance your other hand on those fingers is so good. If they had that on the Citadel ones, like these would be literally perfect. I don't know if you heard that squelch noise, but that was a nice fat glob of that Battlefield Brown coming out on the palette, not on the... That sounded a lot like I was making a fecal joke. I am just realizing. We don't do that here. We got class. Like, I'm sorry to say, Beavis and Butthead, but we got class in this channel. We don't ha and ha at your poop noises jokes or saying the word poop, and that's the punchline. Battlefield Brown 2021, directed by Clint Eastwood. Yeah, Bagman, that hook is because like when you're painting a model like this, you'll often end up like, oh, I gotta steady my hand some more. So then you like push against a finger to steady this hand to do things. So like an overhang thing lets you do that a little bit more naturally and without potentially like just like pressing your fingers onto the model, which can be an issue. Prophet 89, yes, yes, yes. Painting some Riot Quest. I got 3 Riot Questers here whose faces gave me a hell of a painting session yesterday, and I want them done. So I also needed some brain uppers, so I figured let's stream getting them done. And here we are. For spring, and someone guessed it first try. Indeed, the first person to come in the room and actually know what I was painting. That's a milestone. If I could pop achievements in here, I would have. Wait, Thing Evangelist has one of what? Oh, those Transformers miniatures! I have the Megatron. Those are the ones done by the Knowles Yours Marvelous Miniatures, whatever. They're pre-base coated in gray. And they're very inexpensive. I got the Megatron, but I still haven't opened them. It's been like a year and a half. Oh, no, more like a year. It's been a year on that one. So my goal with that Megatron is I want to paint him in safety Megatron colors. Oh, Prophet, you played War Machine. Cool. I really like Riot Quest. It is a super fun game. I keep saying this, but I'm gonna keep repeating it. This game, if this game had like one-piece plastic minis, it would be one of the games to buy. It's a really fun, light, casual, goofy, fun game with great sculpts, and they're friggin' pewter and resin. So they are absolutely not casual hobby material to put together, and it's kind of a bummer to me. Ronnie Lane, yeah, this $8 shipped on Amazon is like, that's like on the upper end for those, I think. Painting things is something I want to pick up if I get more robots hobby budget. Yeah, like for painting stuff, those Nolzur's miniatures, or the Transformers ones, are one of the best places to start, because they've already been undercoated. So you can just like buy one of those and like a set of paints of like 8 paints or something, and like a couple brushes, and just like go at it. We got a poor tip from Seth Looks. If you don't have an airbrush, get a reusable metal straw and fill your mouth with paint. You can figure out the rest. Truth. Yeah, the original Monpok I was buying back in the day when I could find it over in the West Coast. Like, I don't even need them to be pre-painted. It's just like something like Black Bella. I think she could work as a one-piece plastic mini. It's not like I don't want them to be pewter. It's just like, it's a shame that a game that is so fun and light to pick up, that should be like a first miniatures game for people, is like, yeah, just pick it up. It's fun and light. Also, you have to hand wash every single individual part with soap. And it's not like with Games Workshop where you can kind of just like, you know, bop the plastic together with some plastic cement that melts the polymers and stuff. Because I think Riot Quest is a perfect like first miniatures game. Tonally, it's just so goofy, and I found satisfying. Like I only played it a couple times before lockdown happened, but like it's one of the games I am the most looking forward to playing again when we're all able to. Because it's just goofy fun. Yeah, yeah, I can see why Privateer is like sticking to non-plastics. Also, they seem to be phasing plastics out of their packaging too, so it seems like also a green initiative, which I appreciate. I just wish that they I don't know how you I was gonna say I wish they could have maybe pre-cleaned up the resin parts at least, because those are the scariest material to work with of all of the ones I'm thinking of. And even then, it's like, well, how much would that drive the cost up? How is that even remotely feasible for something that's going to be mass-produced? But with Riot Quest, you buy a starter set, and you are literally good to go. That gives you 5 models. If you're playing Riot Quest, you just agree on a number of models between 5 and 10 that each person brings to the table. And you're just like... You're just trying to... it's like you're trying to collect loot off a map. And... you collect coins as you go. You collect coins for knocking people out. You collect coins for treasure. There's like 2 randomized decks as well, like one for the treasure and one for the bounties that go up each round. And it's a super tongue-in-cheek, like it's a goofy, toned game, which is really funny because the setting it's in is an alternate ending to the big War Machine campaign they released. And it's an alternate ending where everyone lost and the world got destroyed. So Riot Quest is a post-apocalyptic game where characters from War Machine are like living out these post-apocalyptic outcomes. So like most of these characters are like in War Machine, and they're all meant to work in War Machine as well. And like in they got a Kickstarter up recently for the second half of Winter Wasteland, and one of them is another boss fight where it's like one named character found the remains of the Death Jack, which was like a Crix special warjack. And this guy was like a guy who, I think his name's Karchev, he like built himself into a warjack. So he found the remains of the Death Jack and he thought he'd use it to like rebuild his body. And now he's like been possessed by the spirit of the Death Jack and he's a soloable boss fight, or a co-op boss fight. It's fun stuff like that. Also, yeah, those Warcaster models look great, too. Robot Lorekeeper, the one dude I know who actually likes Warhammer, almost put me off because he's one of those people who unironically thinks the Imperium are cool. Yeah, that's one of the... I mean, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't mind, like, doing more in the wargaming space. Because there are lots of people already doing it, but, like, there is a chud-ass wargamer personality that, like... I certainly find inspiring to want to take part in you know, mitigating. I want to get one more coded battlefield on this base, and then I'll be good to start doing other things. Adjutant Antithesis is the only kind of wargamer you've ever encountered. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. Like, I've seen that happen with Magic as well, like, you know, in card games, where it's like, no matter how good a game or a hobby is, like, if you don't have cool people to play it with, and by cool I mean, like, not off-putting, not like, oh, they're nerds, but, like, it sucks. Especially when you, like, go online and you see, like, you know, folks who go online to show that, like, fun, nice folks play these games. And then it's like, damn it. And so, you know, obviously one can say, well, it's on you then to, like, create those communities. But, like, I always say, like, not everyone can just create a community. Like, it takes a personality type to create a community. Or even to do a podcast or anything. Like, it is a certain personality, or a set of personality types that are infinitely more comfortable to do that stuff than just, like, often the same folks who often suffer for the lack of that stuff existing. Stop motion reviewer. No, it's completely on topic because I like Transformers. You feeling kind of exhausted with Transformers lately? I feel like they've essentially released everything on Earth at this point. I'm not. I'm still always excited about Transformers, but, like, again, that's personality type. I completely empathize with folks who are getting kind of tired of the cyclic G1 nature of Generations. When I got to be in on one of the Hasbro Q&As, that sort of I kind of brought that up around Selects a little bit. And I saw it in some of the other Q&As where stuff was posted, where Kingdom is, in a way, supposed to be taking that cap back off of Generations and allowing more non-G1 stuff, basically, to exist alongside G1 stuff that they still want to do. Like, Kingdom is supposed... It sounds like, according to Lenny at least, Kingdom is supposed to be the first step towards re-pluralizing Generations, as I put it. It still doesn't solve problems I have where, like, really fascinating shows like Cyberverse, because they're not Generations, you're like, man, I hope at least 5 cool toys come out for that. Calvin, I do not use an airbrush because I don't have one. The buy-in on airbrushing is expensive and I don't have a good space for it yet, so I haven't yet. But I really would like to. Stop motion reviewer, let me rephrase it. You're getting sick of the quality issues. It's a bummer. Like, it's not enough for me to get fatigued on everything, because I collect a lot of stuff that needs, you know, some TLC. I think it's a shame that it's common enough that it's becoming expected. It's also a shame because I think half the time it's born of experimentation in an exciting way. But, like, yeah, it sucks, especially when, for me, doing, like, repair and cleanup work on a figure doesn't bother me that much, but, like, absolutely, it's not like it's not something that everyone should be expected to do to things they're picking up. Seth, you can just, like, pay someone to punch you in the face. You don't have to become a content creator to invite it. Oh wait, but then if you become a content creator, you get paid to get punched in the face. And okay, I can kind of see. Robot Lorekeeper with the perfect culmination of what we're talking about with those guys. This dude had a Space Marine wallpaper and wrote Xeno Scum on a notepad a bunch of people were doodling on, which is maybe innocent, but also actually peddled neo-Nazi talking points to my friend. It's like, yeah, this is like that little, like, that escalation graph is like oof. Speaking of, oh boy, Wheeljack 64, yeah. Shinkocho Seiho, Kamen Rider Black, it popped up earlier, and it was kind of like, oh man, do we even need to talk about it? Wheeljack 64, if I recall correctly, has a Shinkocho Seiho Black, who is currently Schrodinger's Shinkocho Seiho Black. Because as long as you don't open that toy, then it's fine. Oh, Robot Lorekeeper, that scumbag started in Magic. There's a history to that scumbag that begins in Magic. It's a bummer. My Battlefield Brown is... it's still wet. It's still wet. Don't want to do any more on this Runic stuff. The rubber on Shinkocho Seiho Kamen Rider Black, there are a shocking number of photos coming from Japanese fan base of the soft, good rubber parts, like looking like they've aged 5 years already. Obviously not all of them, but like, is the noise I would be making. Have I done any Furai model transformers? I have not. Cygnus7, hello! I am painting 3 Riot Quest models that I almost had finished, and I want to finish them. So that's what we're doing. Stop motion reviewer, do you have any tips so you can get the algorithm on your side? Not really, because I don't play nice with the algorithm. I resent it, so I actively don't try to play to it. But my understanding right now is that YouTube really likes long-form gaming, which then leads to long-form anything. They tend to surface videos that are at least 20 to 60 minutes long over anything that's under 10 minutes long. Which is a very bad thing to aim for, I should also add. That is, trying to put out constant, incredibly long videos is a great way to, like, hurt your emotions and brain. Zamble's channel surveys get engagement like crazy. I saw, whoa, I bumped that. I saw that on some of the social, whatever the YouTube social posts are. Was it the community posts? A Bagman, that's kind of why I checked out of Storm Collectibles. The rubber plastic was getting a little bit too, I didn't like it. It's fine to like it, it's just for me and my personal taste, it was a little bit if you know what I mean. Feeling like I like how these runes have turned out. I don't know if maybe I'll do one more glaze. Do one more little glaze in there, see how that dries. Like, the main message I want to get across about the algorithm while I'm doing this and can't see the chat is the algorithm is not designed to accommodate you as a human being. It's designed to accommodate you as long as you're useful to it, if that makes any sense. So the more that you try to accommodate not just the algorithm, but also YouTube analytics, the more it will wear on you, unless you're a very specific personality type. It's generally better to just do things the way you want to do them for a while until you're comfortable doing them, and then check and see what that algorithm wants to do, because it might have shifted by then. I should say with Storm Collectibles, there's nothing, it's not like NECA, where I also specifically dislike a person and the way they carry themselves. It's just that, like with Hot Toys, like, their figures feel too ephemeral to me. Like, I'm not supposed to mess with them so much after a certain point, and that is, like, kind of not my taste. And I know that it's fine for other folks who are very display-oriented. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. A good way to say it. Don't change for the algorithm, but do optimize. Like, do stuff that just... There are optimizations that are also just better for you, for instance. Sleepy Sea Lily, I got it right. Just finally hit the threshold with your channel where you haven't had any 0 view days in over a month without uploading anything, which is crazy to you. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of neat when you're like, man, like, someone is clicking something every day. Prophet 89, you mean a giant megacorporation's chewing up people spitting out their masticated corpses when they've been drained of all useful content? Maybe. Yeah, Gunpla is always such a... It's always like here and here for me, where I love building them, but then they're so close to being cool action figures, I want to mess with them, and they're like often, not always obviously, but often like, at the end of the day, it's still a model kit. You probably shouldn't mess with it constantly. And I'm like, I know, but... Oh. My phone had a little pop-up thing, which I assume is related to my blasted power cable again. I'm back. I don't know what's going on with my cable. I think it's actually dying. Hopefully I can finish these bases up at least. Profiting Nine should look into a game called Gamma Wolves by Osprey. It's giant robots and a lot of people are using Gundams for the game. That sounds cool. I like those games where they're like, this is a game system for miniatures and objects you might already have. Like, that's kind of neat. So yeah, I want to do my dry brushing on those base tops now. My first level of dry brushing on those base tops. Where's my bone? Where'd my bone color go? Anyone got some of that liquid bone? Y'all got some of that liquid bone? I need a big dank glob of bone. Have I ever seen Mass Builder on Steam? I don't think I have. Lincoln Keys, Gaslands is one I saw. Yeah, like people using Hot Wheels for that. Like, that kind of stuff's really cool to me. I haven't played Gaslands, but I like the idea. Like, it's a cool idea. Like, there's a lot of systems I've seen names of I haven't checked out yet, but they're technically like, if you're sick and tired of, you know, the state of Warhammer, the game system, these are games that are very much designed to, like, use your Warhammer models still. Is liquid bone just milk? Yeah, don't expose the business. I like dry brushing bone over brown for bases because it's very basic and simple, and it satisfies me. I don't think this is actually dry enough to do this yet, but we're here already. Let's just... Wait, also, if any of y'all are Gunpla people, I post lots of work in progress and finished kit stuff on Twitter. Same username, hit me up. You mean same username, Sleepy Sea Lily? It's a good thing we don't do shots at. Otherwise, like, we'd never get a stream done. Like, if we did shouts at and I was like, Sleepy Sea Lily on Twitter is a source for Gundam in progress and completed kit photos, you know, which I'm not doing. I'm not doing that shout out. Then, you know, we'd have a whole system going on here. It's too dry for the application of the liquid bone? I'm not saying seal lily. I'm saying sea lily. Don't blame my tongue's, what's the word I'm looking for? Eccentricities. People coming after the eccentricities of this, my tongue. The one I use in my own mouth. You 100% said seal lily. Listen. Oh, I got a tip from Seth. Look, the Seth looks. He gave me the pop-up. This is dry brushed enough. Oh no, I want to do this a bit more. I used to get too carried away with this dry brushing to the point where it would just be solid bone on top, and I'd be like, oops. And then I'd do an Agrax Earthshade wash, and then dry brush the bone again. There's one thing Evangelist has proven in 10 plus years of internet content making his tongue shouldn't be trusted. Yeah, y'all negging my tongue. My tongue's done nothing to any of you. That actually sounds weird now that I'm saying it. Did you hear Evangelist just adamantly being defensive and claiming his tongue has done nothing to anyone? What did his tongue do? When are we going to get another Kamen Rider SHF marathon? I really want to do one this year because it's the Kamen Rider 50th year. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how I want to do it. Because I found, I said this a lot of times over the years, I found I, like, kind of got bored of making review videos of figure arts because I felt like I was saying the same thing all the time. But that's also when I was more persnickety about reviews being, like, super comprehensive, which I've been trying to let go of and just let reviews be whatever the video is. It's just got to be more fun than it's got to be, like, the single source of all information about the piece in question. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. Also, the Soto thing. Oh, boy. There is, like, years of footage of Soto and me learning what I don't need to film for Soto that I still have never used. It's all in a folder. In folders, I should say. Genuine question, I wonder for a while, who's the text supposed to be? Is it an anonymous snarky editor, the voice in your head? The text are the subtitles. They're, what do you call it? An anthropomorphized set of text words on the bottom of the screen. Their font is Futura, and they have a light drop shadow behind them. Sigma 7, nothing wrong with you saying the same things all the time. I know, but it's more for me. I get tired of saying the same things all the time. Because, like, I start to feel a sense of, like, I have to do this, and this. And then it makes me get, like, oh, because I know I have to do this, and this, I don't really want to do this video right now. I want to do something else. So that's been, like, the ongoing journey of this YouTube channel, is figuring out how to capture all of the basis core qualities of whatever it is I've been making this whole time, while stripping away all the parts that I don't enjoy doing and that most other people don't really care if they're not there anymore. It's like, it's an ongoing process that I think is also, like, you know, those goalposts are also always changing and shifting with age and time, etc. But I think it's an important thing when you're making YouTube stuff by yourself. Oh no, it's the singular they for the subtitles. Because they're text. Yeah, all you gotta do, quote, all you gotta do is talk about some cool stuff you like. Like, to get a little bit into the I'm gonna talk about myself side of it, I always try to remember that my main goal ever since, like, 2009 or 10 is, like, the goal of this channel is to make people feel good about their hobby and have fun in the context of their hobby. Like, I just want people to have a good time with their hobby and feel happy that they're into the hobby. And so that means, like, that then gets into things of, like, that's why, like, I don't need to be info comprehensive. It's neat if I am, but it's not the goal. And if it starts to become a problem for me, just let it go. And it's not like, you know, be the complete opposite of info comprehensive. Don't be like, you know, blithering nonsense machine that's not getting anything right whatsoever. But, like, a big one for me is, like, comparison shots. I used to stress about, like, oh, I gotta dig out these Transformers for this one comparison shot for 5 seconds of the video, or the video is gonna be terrible. And now, like, I often don't bother with comparison shots because I have to go dig out a figure from underneath a pile of boxes, and I don't really want to. I'd rather just, like, film the video. Text is an NP icon. Subtitles could be Eldritch, like, who knows? Because that's not exclusive of being an arrangement of readable letters on the bottom of a given screen. Oh, Prophet! I got a thing I do for the rocks. I just haven't done it yet. But also, that's a good tip too. Is if you want some variation on the rocks, do washes of thinned down grays, greens, and browns. I haven't thought about doing that on the rocks. Like, I have a little process that I'm going to do that involves some of that. Where's that? Hang on. It's over here. I like to bust out some of that gamer grass. Been a lot of weed in this stream. Just a lot of weed talk, let's just say. Yeah, like, comparison shots are useful. And it's like I guess what I mean is, like, I used to treat them as imperative. They must be present. Or the video is useless. And I'm like, especially as I've gotten away from, like, reviewing stuff the moment it comes out, I'm like, I don't need to do a size comparison. Like, whenever I do a video for Rung, right? I don't really need to do a size comparison for Rung. Like, I just want to talk about Rung, the Battlemaster. More comparison shots with sauce packets would be fine. Noted. Thank you, wave sign. Does anyone bring up the cape in these chats, or is it too obscure of an evangelist thing? If you mean the cape radio, like, at this point, most folks in here don't know what that is, so it doesn't come up a whole lot. But that's an internet radio thing connected to City of Heroes that I used to do a whole lot of for quite a while. My favorite comparison is to do, like, just with a ruler, but then, like, I never know where my ruler is when I'm filming, so... Verspring in Real Talk, it's like how Thu's always self-conscious about his content when most of the audience will be entertained by anything. Yeah, like I empathize enormously with Thu when on Twitter he's like kind of talking through where his head's at with what he's making, because like I completely feel all that, and like it's easier to tell someone else like the end result is, but like when it's you yourself, it's a lot harder to take your own advice even if you know that it works. Sleepy C Lily. Free yourself from the shackles of format. Yes. You're not super until you put on the cape, Evangeline. You're not super until you put on the cape. Oh, I can't remember my ad spot anymore. It was like, hey, you're delicious looking. I'm gonna eat your skin. Listen to the Cape Radio. Bye. I only had the one ad spot. The Cape Radio, but only found out when you listen to the whole TFW backlog. Yeah, the radio voice. My radio voice just eventually became me talking for a while, because I was getting, like... I was like, I want to do something else. I don't want to sit here and push buttons. I want to talk. I think it's time to actually put that gamer grass where gamer grass got to go. Where's my glue? I got to get out my toolbox. Oh, wait, no, the glue's in the other room. I should say super glue's in the other room. I like using super glue for the tufts because it sticks better. Uh-oh. That was a low battery warning. I'm gonna go get the super glue. While I get the super glue here, like, there's Stoltman. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Stoltman for me. He's a criminal. He could be up to any kind of ne'er-do-well. Ne'er-do-well means never do well. Kinda means crimes. Crimes are illegal. If you commit them, you're committing felony, which is also illegal. Don't do it. Yeah, that Soundwave thigh shot. That's some of the. That's for the. That's for the ones who know what they want, if you know what I mean. Water. By PSO2, do you mean like Phantasy Star Online 2? I have not played that. Purple Passion? What's a Purple Passion line?
I'm a big dumb Boy Scout, and I really wanted to get in it with the evil lady because I thought she was purty. But it turns out that our relationship fell apart because that was the structure of the radio play at the time.
I can't remember what he talked about anymore.
That time Captain Manhammer showed me his genitals.
Not so Alex, dropping in for a sec. Nice painting. Thank you. Bagman, yeah, still keep in touch with Gog Dog.
I stay in touch with everybody. I keep my eyes on everybody. No one is safe.
This is going to be interesting to do. What do you mean I'm demonetized? I didn't say. I said medical words. How do I want to do this? I'm going to grab that. This is my long-suffering Gorilla Glue that I've had for, like, far too long. Like, many, many months. The tip's getting all caked up and scunge. I can hear the air. It's not blocked. It's gotta wait. There we go. Alright, let's get you down on a flat part that's not so smashed. There we go. Yeah, scunge! I'm giving you conniptions. Look, I'm just wiping some good old Gorilla Glue on my good old fingertips. Like it's a... I think I want to put one here on this guy, right in the front. Just a little one, just a wee tuft. You know, some of that scunge, some of that mung. So some of that... Well, we used to say jenkum, and then the kids ruined it. Oh, is that an actual thing? Did the kids ruin it too? I'm not going to say it again. Thank you for the heads up, Blackhawk Omega. Prophet 89, I'm having flashbacks to I'll just put a dab of super glue on this finished model. Oh god, I just covered it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Now you're demonetized. Listen, everyone in the... I got people in the chat who are carrying it on anyway. That's not my fault. Sigma 7, it is a thing. Oh. It's like once upon a time when I was, I think, 16. And by that time I'd heard the phrase, you know, douchebag, right? This is a pre-normalized internet era though. So I was like asking someone wholly innocently on a fencing trip, like, hey, what is douche anyway? And like they refused to tell me. And I was like, all right, well, the way I'll find out is I'll just keep asking you very loudly. Yo, what's douche? Yeah. And then I was like, y'all got some of them retail bags of douche? Y'all got some of that? And I just kept going on. And eventually they told me. You see, this was before there was, like, the easy thing of, like, let me just take out my phone and look up what the word means. This was a more organic process that we had at fencing tournaments. They invented Wikipedia because of me. We gotta do something about this. This guy's yelling. If we could just make an online encyclopedia that anyone can edit, then we would have no more problems with the... Zambles, yeah, I haven't for a while, but I fenced a whole ton in my childhood through my into my adulthood. In 1999, when I was in high school, I was on Team BC at the 1999 Canada Winter Games in Newfoundland. Matt Kavarabias. Before the internet, you would introduce yourself as just personality evangelist. It's real weird. None of the kids got along with me. I don't understand. They just kept looking at me like I was an alien or something. Like I just was like, "Hello, fellow humans. I, personality evangelist, would like to share my lunch with you," as I'm chewing on like a raw steak. So my next step, I gotta actually brief pause while I check my battery. How do I put you back together? You Humpty Dumpty scenario thing. Oh no. I see. Hey, I think my cord just is only being held together by tape. So I'm gonna go grab my other cord. I'll be right back again. So, keep an eye on Stiltman for me, please. I'll be right back. Stiltman's up to something, I can tell. I can see the look in his eyes. He's got that whole, like, I'm very tall in the legs expression. I am approaching. I see Stiltman remains. Thank you all for your diligent work. Now I need to fold myself in half for a second to get this cable down here. Think you can stop my stream? Oh no, this cable's too short. That's alright, that's fixable. Alright, so I'll put this in here. We good? We good? We good. Okay. Now I just need to line this up with this somehow. Oh, that's really hyper-extending the cable. That's the best I can do. Okay, I'm gonna say something that's, I think, pretty unique and interesting, and also, if I might add, quite brave of me to say. I think Apple make pretty chintzy charging cables. I know you've never heard that before, and some of you might be shocked, but like, I gotta say what I gotta say, right? I think Apple charging cables are pretty chintzy. Not greatly, not made to survive. What a brave thing I just said. Man. Damn, I'm brave. So the next thing I like to do... This is Regiment, right? Regiment Rush? Yeah. I'm going to grab some of that Agrax Earthshade. I forgot where I picked this up on YouTube. But to blend the grass in a bit more, pop some Agrax Earthshade into that grass down near the base. I know this looks a little messy right now, but like, trust me, it ends up doing that dividends thing they always talk about. I always forget that the Apple Pencil was a product name, and I always think people are doing a bit for like a half second every time I see it come up. I was going to do this on the other two tufts. Here's my deep question. Do we know who was the first person to say stonks? I'm always curious about that. Do we know who the primogenitor of stonks is? A goose and a homeless person misheard it. Prophet 89 is here, gentleman of culture as well, having your Agrax in a dropper bottle. You know it! I hand repealed all of these labels to put them on the droppers. We live classy here. Alright. Alright, here we go. It begins. Next. Just catching up on this stuff. Some guy on 4chan, I'm guessing. Yeah, most probably. Military term, deep fried text-to-speech voice, big surreal meme makers, because it was that one image, right? Referring to mortars or artillery, stonked is the past tense of stonks. Same guy that came up with no cap. Right now, I should say, I'm afraid to put this brush in my mouth, because it was floating around in all the gamer grass. So I'm doing my hand instead for now. Now, I want to take the Nuln oil and hit up these rocks. Well, I might call them moon rocks. No, that wasn't gonna work. I was trying to figure out how to turn that into a bit, but it's not happening. I'm just kind of dunking this stuff down in here on widget space because she's also literally got like an implied chasm of rock. Pledge future tastes nasty. I believe you. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Null oil.
There we go. Surreptitiously, I am perhaps now putting my shade dropper bottles like right over here where they're in view so we can see all the class. Bagman, did you watch the MK movie? I have not yet. I didn't even, like, really look. I'm going to see it sometime. I don't even know where I watch it right now in Canada legally. I'm not sure, like, which service it got attached to, but I haven't really looked into it. It became one of those things where everyone was talking about it because it just came out and they were all watching it, and then I was like, well, now I don't want to watch it till I feel like it. HBO Max is not in Canada. Oh no, it's HBO Max. That means it's connected to Crave in Canada. I really don't like Crave. I don't want to buy Crave. No, we don't have HBO Max. A service called Crave gets most of the HBO Max exclusives, and Crave sucks, in my opinion. I don't want to pay money for Crave. I was hoping y'all were going to tell me, like, oh yeah, Mortal Kombat, it came out at Toys R Us, a fine Canadian brand. You can go watch it there. And I'd be like, all right, sweet. I know what Toys R Us is. We have those in Canada. This is me instantly nuking any sympathy anyone might have for me not having HBO Max. It's good that you don't have HBO Max. Actually, it's a good thing. I'm happy you don't have HBO Max. Toys R Us don't sell movies. I'm just putting words together. Yeah, HBO Max seemed positioned to be the new what Netflix was some years ago, where it's like there was an actual decent chance like shows that were good but not running anymore like could find second life on Once Upon a Time Netflix. Now Netflix seems to be less interested in that, is the nice way to say it. I did not see Godzilla vs. Kong. I'm not super interested in that one, though. I didn't like King of the Monsters, which always makes people go like, you what? But I didn't. And I checked in on a few things about Godzilla vs. Kong, and it sounds like it doesn't do anything that's gonna, like, win me over enough to want to, like, spend money to watch it. When it shows up on, like, a streaming service I already have, I might check it out just for, like, giggles. But I'm highly uninterested in it myself. And I don't want to watch it because I'm highly uninterested, because that's another thing that like super bums me out, is when people are like, I don't like this movie, or at least I don't want to watch this movie because I don't think I'm going to like it at all, and I don't like the previous one, and I don't like the theme, so now I'm going to go watch it so I can make a vlog about how much I didn't like it. And I'm like, oh, I got so little, I have so much else I could watch. Everything's so finite. Why would I spend time? I'm very anti-hate watch. You know, everyone eventually does it. Like, everyone starts, like, at some point going, like, I'm gonna watch this thing that I know I'm not gonna like, but it becomes, at a certain point, like, hate watch becomes this, like, kind of nerd is not even the right word for it, but like people in fandoms, it's like, well, you're supposed to watch this, and this to have an opinion on it, and it's like, when I know I'm not gonna like it, and then I check a few things, and I double know I'm not gonna like it, then like, what am I gonna watch it for other than to confirm I don't like it, and then go on to social and make people feel bad if they did like it, right? Like, I remember what else is in my oh, I gotta get that gray. Oh, that's what the frostbite's for. So this is my trick. I use frostbite for the rocks. It ends up looking really cool. Seth, honestly, I like Army Painter Dark Tone more than Null Oil. Also check out Strong Tone. That stuff is a cheat code. Oh, I got those. I like null and oil for like specific things. I like strong tone a lot. Strong tone is like probably really good for bases because it is in the end like actually like a dark green if you look into it. The Army Painter tone set, like there's a set where they give you one of every one of these red capped tones. Super worth buying. These things are not contrast paints, but they can functionally be used like contrast paints. They provide a different finish that's a little bit more thin, a little bit more watercolory, but they're incredible for what they are, in my opinion. Like her hair was originally just 2 coats of that tone over a zenithal white undercoat. Army Painter tone set is like one of the first things I'd say anyone should get after they have like their basic paints. For spring, my least favorite thing is when people convince you you're gonna like something and you don't. It always bums me out when that happens to me, because then I feel like I've wronged them. And I know that's like a little irrational, but I'm like, oh, I just can't deal with the part where they're disappointed. That was when I saw King of the Monsters, and like after we saw it, after I saw it, like, you know, went for a meal with folks, and then like people wanted to talk about King of the Monsters, and I was like, oh, don't talk to me though. Please don't ask me what I thought about it, because you all seem to have a good time, and I don't want to be a big bummer. So what I did instead is, when it came to talking to me, I was like, I'm going to start talking about Knives Out in context of some things slightly relevant. And then I ended up turning the conversation into one about Knives Out. And I was like, this was better for everyone that this happened. This was a good outcome. Yeah, Vallejo air metals are good. Also, the you can get them, Vallejo metal color. These are like the dark aluminum. If you only get one, get this, because you can put citadel contrast over this to create any metallic color you want. This stuff is amazing. Like, you can do that with other metallics too, but real metal has like a specific inbuilt sheen that's like really cool. Well, like with King of the Monsters, and it's completely fine to enjoy it. Like, I found myself, I really enjoyed the moments where the film almost would pause to show a beautiful, like, still image of storyboarding. Those little moments are super cool. And then like whenever an action scene happened, it would be like this big, like, everything's going at each other. It looks so cool. And then when Speed comes back and they start fighting, I would like I hate this. This is really boring. It also did some U.S. military stuff I don't like, and this is me. I super didn't like the way Asian characters were used in King of the Monsters. There's this part, and I always misremember the line a bit, but like there's a part where like they're on the ship or whatever, and then this lady, the doctor, the Mothra doctor, she's like, in the West you kill dragons, but in the East, and then like generic Eastern MP3 starts playing. She's like, we respect the dragons, and I was like, huh. And then the whole thing with Mr. Sarazawa, I didn't like that scene at all. And then I was also like, yeah, of course the one Japanese dude is gonna go and set off a nuke. And so with me already like not really like digging any of the vibe on the film, then I hit all these little bits which also made me sit in my seat kind of just going like, like, you know, like you can't see me, but I'm like, my body is doing that in the seat, like twist into the back of the seat thing. And I was just like, and I didn't like anything enough to like say, well, at least it did this. And that was kind of me in King of the Monsters, and I always feel bad talking about it because a lot of people had a good time with it. And for Springen, yeah, I know that thing I just said, when then applied to GVK, there's like an almost worse thing. Which is why I don't really have much interest in Godzilla vs. Kong, because I'm like, I know I'm just gonna, even though I already know it, I'm gonna get really irritated about a thing with the main antagonist. And yeah, it's just like, you know, I don't want to. I mean, I'm very soft about this stuff. I don't want to ruin it for people by saying this stuff. It's stuff worth thinking about, but like, it was just really, for me, I was just like, oh, Why didn't we see Knives Out again? And like this is all. I avoid bringing up like the fact that also I really like Shin Godzilla, and that to me like that's a perfect Godzilla film because that especially with people who are like, whoop, I knocked over my glue. People who are kaiju fandom, when you say that, it sort of like activates a muscle reaction that you're about to get into a message board argument that I'm not 100% in tune with, and so usually I just leave it alone. So I'm still waiting for this ink to dry. Once that ink dries, I got 2 dry brushes left to do, then we're rimming those bases and we're done. We got this. We put this in the bag and we zipped that bag up and we sat on that bag to give it our warmth. And then we opened it up again and we ate the sandwich inside because it tastes like us. Any of these dry? I put too much ink on. I'll just wait. While I'm waiting, what else can I show you? This case I got is too expensive, but like this is also how I got myself to do more painting. Is I don't have room to have a paint station, so I wanted something that I could put almost all of my paint stuff into and everything, and then just like close it up and be able to move it. So this is the Frontier Wargaming case. They're a company based out of Latvia, and they make these to order, and it's perfect for my needs. The only bummer about this is it fits everything except the contrast paints. So those live outside of it in one of those kind of goofy honeycomb things Games Workshop makes. I might down the line pull these out and get another paint shelf to put the contrast paints in. But it's a cool case. I even got the, like, it has an LED light that you can hook into stuff. I just haven't used it yet because I'm using this on my filming table, because my filming table has all these lights, which, you know, happy coincidence. That's a great scenario to paint miniatures in. Don't look up how much the Frontier Wargaming case costs, though. That's embarrassing. Did you hear about Chris? He had to buy, like, a extremely expensive bespoke paint case to start painting. We all have our roadblocks. I wonder if I can do some of this dry brushing now. But also, like, me not having room to have a dedicated paint station, like, then kind of informs why I'm not really getting into the 3D printing stuff. I just don't have a space for it to live. And 3D printing gear, from everything I've seen, like, it kind of needs to live somewhere. Oh yeah, Prophet, I've had weird separation in them too. Like, when I shake them up, it fixes it. But contrast paints are, I said this earlier in the stream, they're really odd because they're not one product type. Like, if the more you work with more of them, it becomes super obvious. There's like 4 different product types in contrast paint that they're selling as one for some inexplicable reason. And all that does is engender disappointment when you think that one is supposed to do something another one did and it doesn't. Also, this is my trick with the rocks. I think this makes the rocks look really cool against the brown. My trick being I dry brush P3 Frostbite over them. This is my favorite brain thing in painting, is when you dry brush something like this over, you know, like a dark brown or something, and like you just get that instant dry brush gratification of like, oh, look at that. Magically coming to life these rocks are. Oh. For 3D printing, if you go with water washable resin, it cuts down on requirements, no chemicals, just warm water and Dawn. Is another thing about 3D printing that like I'm not really prepared to deal with is the fumes. My apartment does not have a very simple setup where I could just like crack a window open. That's another big thing that like had me kind of like looking away from my own 3D printing setup is like all I envision is like me finally setting the thing up and then like, you know, 4 days later I'm found like face down in a puddle of drool with like print fumes everywhere. It's like, what happened to Vangelis? What was the epic end of his story? He drowned in his own drool after inhaling a bunch of 3D printing fumes while he was cooking bacon. Oh. Well, that's embarrassing. I'm not sure I've been holding this up enough while I was doing it, but I'm getting at the copious rocks on this base. I need a little bit more. There we go. All right, I have one dry brush left to do. Good way to go. Yeah, but isn't it worth it? Star Wars Legion and their base got into Star Wars Legion. Hi. I got into Star Wars Legion. Wow! Sleepy Sea Lily. Okay. I got into Star Wars Legion recently and their bases irked me. They are 27 millimeters because they had to be unique. Yeah, I got some Legion stuff. And I was like, it crossed my mind. I was like, oh, you get the fancy Legion fancy bases. And I was like, what if I just use the Legion bases? As they are. They're also like taller too than GW bases. Like everyone has their thing. The Legion bases are a weird size and like oddly tall. Then Privateer Press are always beveled like this. Games Workshop have like the hard bevel. Ooh, this liquid bone is still wet. Okay, my final dry brush I do, again from the same info source I can't remember anymore that said do the wash on the grass, is then you dry brush the top of the grass the same color you highlighted most of the base in. And that makes the grass feel like it's part of the base as opposed to a tuft of grass you attach to a base. Oh, Ronnie Lane, those Blitzway Inspector Gadget, that set of figures looks incredible. In part just because it's like Inspector Gadget getting high-end-ish toys. I mostly am spectating that one, but it looks really cool. All right. So I'm going to ask people who do paint miniatures who are kicking around in here. So these paint handles, right? These little paint handles, the one thing I cannot do with them is rim the bases. Because they're gripping the side of the base. So like, what do I do? Like, I've just been poster puttying them on top, and it feels a little bit rickety. But it seems like that's the thing to do. It's like this one, I can do the rim easily. The helicopter handles are metal, and so are the axles for the skates which roll. The springs are real springs? Holy crap. I did not know about some of that materials and gimmick stuff. That's kind of incredible. Where is it? saw some of the Infinity ones having shallow bases. And Seth says, Reaper minis have some base sculpted to their feet and a black disc to glue them to, but the sculpted part never covers the base. Good old broccoli bases. Inspector Gadget feels like FigArts Plus. Man, that sounds really cool. That's so cool. Especially for a line that, like, I know there was an old Inspector Gadget toy line, but, like, for a line that should have had, like, a really solid toys. To rim those bases with the GW handles, varnish them first or put on a glove to keep finger grease away. Yeah. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. But if you get paint on masking film from a craft store, you can cover the base edges before you paint them. When you're done, you peel it off for a clean finish. I've seen that. Yeah, like just use the base plastic color. This is a fully a my brain thing. There is something primally satisfying about painting on a clean black rim. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like pure serotonin, just like dribbling a bit more of my paint water into the wet palette so it stays wet. Don't judge me. I got a little bit of that paint water on my leg. Don't judge me. I don't mind. Using the Formula P3 Thamar Black. It's my favorite black acrylic. It's weird though, like it dries differently and faster than all my other P3 paints. So I'm gonna add a bunch of glaze medium to prolong it a little bit. Oh, profiting. So I'm using clear acrylic bases eventually for core space, and like it took me a bit to figure out what my process would even be. And it's like just paint the figures, and I'm just going with the Zombicide approach I've seen of like paint them because they're molded onto their bases. You paint them, and then just after they're painted, nipper their base off and glue them onto the clear plastic stand, or the clear acrylic stand. I'm also using the clear stands for Monpok because it would be more sensible to just like base them, but I want to see the board. And I haven't finished painting any Monpok stuff yet, so I don't have any hands-on experience with any process, but I'm going to figure it out. I guess because Core Space and Monpok both have boards I really like, and I want to see them. Wait, are you guys saying Blitzway's doing Waldo as well? That's bonkers. That's cool. I saw you mention like Thamar Black has a cool blue hue. I totally see it. I think that's why I like it so much. Like just as my primary black paint. Like I use it for pupils as well. Or something I've been doing, which I know is not mini painting standard. It's not a, quote unquote according to most of the rules. But like I've been using Thamar Black or sometimes Contrast Black, whatever their black paint is called. And I'm just like putting hard black lines in in between some details on figures. And I know that the knowledge is you don't use black to do that necessarily. Like you use a dark matching color so it's a more natural shadow. But I've been finding like I actually kind of like how hard cut those contrast lines are. And like this isn't on Space Marines and stuff where it is a bit more sensible with the armor, but like this is just on like figures. Or when I'm painting eyes on faces, I'm often doing a hard black liner around them so they pop a bit more. And I'm really liking that, just as like, it's not like I invented it, but like it feels like that's kind of like my own style. Oh, I've seen the Epic Duck comic book style. Like I'm not going for it in that sense of like it's worked in from the top down, but like it's just I like it when blocks of color have like a sort of black divider in them. The Epic Duck process is incredible. Like I wish I knew how to do that. Because he's using like literal ink and doing like a full-on underpainting job. But I guess it is like sort of in a parallel vein. But to me, it's like this is something I like to do. That's also like this is like a little my thing I like to do. And I think that's sort of important with painting minis in my limited experience, is like kind of finding a your thing or two that you like to do, so it feels more like they're yours. Oh yeah, I dig a grungy look. Like when I was a teenager, my primary mini painting was the at the time new 40K orcs from the late 90s, early 2000s, where you could just dry brush everything, and it looked good. It's dry brush, ink, dry brush, dry brush. Perfect. Here we go. I saw there was like, I haven't looked into it yet. It looks like they revealed some new orc, it was like the space orcs the other day. I saw a Pain Boy that looked incredible. Oh yeah, Prophet 89, like the speed painting 3 foot, like the tabletop angle is something that I'm trying, like with her, for instance, with Widget. I'm trying to make myself do that. When I start painting an actual army, I'm going to try to force myself to do that, because I do know the one thing I like the most about painting when something's finished is that completion high. I love the completion high. So I got like Necrons I want to paint, and I got Clankers. I got the Separatists for Legion. And I'm looking forward to when I figure out a process on those that like makes me happy, where I can just like bop out 10 Clankers in like, 3 hours and feel really good about how they look. Riot Quest is nice because to me it's kind of an in-between, is it's tons of individual unique models, but like I feel okay painting them to like any kind of degree. Is like Widget would easily be like on the lower end for me. Honestly, if he's still here, yeah. Balthazar, also on the lower end, where I kind of got sick of painting him while I was painting him, so I just sort of, I said, I'm going to finish this. Like these two are like sort of on the lower end, where I was mostly logicking out the color scheme and that was it. But then there have been a couple other ones, like Lady with the Bazooka from the Riot Quest starter. Where is she? Dez. Like my Dez I'm really proud of as a standalone miniature. Or my Star Wars Legion Darth Vader from the starter. I really like doing the OSL on him, object source lighting. I'm gonna do one more rim coat and then these are done. These are done forever. Oh no, minor heart attack with realizing Hopper. I like the minor heart attacks end up being fine because the sense of relief afterwards is like, you can't script that. You can't make that happen. It's a golden moment. It's like a rush of like relief. Turns out if you bend the legs out and the hips are pulled down, they just fall off. That would freak me out. Actually, I have 01's fig art, like the original one, the Rising Hopper. I just haven't opened it yet. Or I think I opened it briefly, but I gotta remember that. That's the thing. By the way, what I'm thinking is, once I get these rimmed up, I'm going to pack up the paint. You can see how I pack everything away in this case of mine. And I'm going to go grab Dinobot and film his packaging, crack him open, do some opening impressions. As like a stream epilogue. So it's like a little bonus for all of you who are still here. And it's like a little bonus epilogue for anyone who actually sticks out the entire VOD. Prince A-Fan, thank you. Cygnus 7, yeah, Kingdom Dinobot. I got Dinobot in the mail yesterday, and I still haven't opened them because I had all this stuff set up, and I wanted to finish these. And I was like, you don't get to open Dinobot till you finish those paint jobs. Alright. I gotta start packing this up. I'm just gonna leave these 3 on their stands over to the side. Baxter Blanc, any general thoughts on the Kingdom line so far? I think it's really good. It's been, like, for me at least, like, just a series of hits. I thought I was going to not like Warpath all that much, and then I found him at Silver Snail right before the freshest lockdown for 25% off, and I was like, I really like Warpath. And I opened Warpath the same day I got Air Razor. So it wasn't just like, well, he's the only one here right now, symptom. Like, I have yet to really be disappointed by a Kingdom Deluxe. That is new to Kingdom, you know, not counting Earthrise RC. Kingdom Voyagers have been solid. Kingdom Leader that I got has been solid. The core class have been a mixed bag for me, but the good ones have been really good. I'm generally kind of disappointed with core class Optimus. I just feel like the limited palette of things he's supposed to be doing, he's still not doing to a degree I'm really into. And he's, to me, like, vastly overshadowed by all the other core class figures. One of the critiques to level on him is that core Optimus is, like, not anywhere near the level of core Megatron. And I always kind of like it if an Optimus and a Megatron that are that close together, like, kind of feel like partner toys, and that Optimus does not feel like a partner toy that's on the level of that Megatron. Why am I doing this the hard way? I can just pull the little shelf out. Oh, I just put my hand into some wet paint. Let's check it out. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Ew. Ew, he got paint on him. Ugh. What a slob. What a terrible... Ew. It's practically like... swimming in boogers. Zero Liddell. Get your freshest lockdowns here. Can't have a pandemic without a lockdown. No, sir. If you don't have black fingernails after priming, you're doing it wrong. Runaway and Light Core Optimus, all right. Don't have Megatron yet. You got Starscream, Rat Trap, and Vertebrake. Even those ones, I feel like they kind of eat Optimus's lunch a little bit for my tastes. Which, like, admittedly, it's like a nice critique, right? Like, you're not as good as these other ones. But Optimus just has a few, like, little things that specifically bother me. It doesn't help that on mine, like, actually, I think this is across the board from what I understand, but, like, the instructions tell you can plug his gun onto the side of the vehicle mode, and it, at least for me, it doesn't work. And it feels like the pegs are, the tab and the slot are not the right, size to each other. And, like, little things like that, I'm just like, come on. Also with Optimus, the big thing I have for my tastes again is there's no definitive moment to me that ends his transformation. Like, I never feel like he's really done. He always feels like a little bit floaty. And the other core class ones for me all have like a definitive like and done when you transform them. Like, none. I wouldn't call any of the core figures overcomplicated. Like some of them are actually like have a complexity that is to me like really cool for what they are. Like core Starscream is one of the only Transformers in recent memory that I would say has like there is a legit spoiler warning on core Starscream. Like, don't look up how he works if you have any interest. I'll show you what I'm doing here. I put up a video on Twitter that's like the closest thing to a teaser you could ever do for that Starscream, which is you take Starscream's jet mode and you lift it up and show the underside, and that's all. That's enough knowledge to know whether or not you're interested in that figure. I forgot my real metal goes in here. Had it. Up in here, by the way, right now I just have like some random small Citadel pots and like a collapsible water cup. These are two of the magnetic figure trays, and then up here is the figures from the Aristea starter from Infinity. Except for Maximus, he's in another bin of half paint. Not bin. He's in a shelf, a little drawer, not a shelf, of semi-painted figures. Verspringer, have you picked up Warpath? Yeah, I really like Warpath, and I didn't think I was going to from everything I'd heard. I thought he was going to be kind of a letdown, and I'm super into him. Here's my honeycomb of contrast paints. So let me put these back in their spots. I always put Black Templar up there and Vulpus Pink down there. I have a system! Snakebite. Skeleton Horde goes there. Wildwood, I think, goes there. We're here. Let's put the blue one up here, and then the yellow here. I have like a love-hate with these Games Workshop holders, because like for the contrast paint, it's convenient because it grips them all, and you can shake them all at once if you want to. But it grips them in a way where like the ones in the middle, sometimes it's like I feel like I'm gonna pull the cap open before I pull the pot out. Yeah, the Pandora panel has been... Well, no, there's one missing. What went in there? Oh, I remember. I used to keep the contrast bases in here, and I stopped. So now I have room for one more contrast paint. I don't know what one I want. Found all the best matches. Vulpus Snakebite. Alright, get this down here. I do too. I wish the Games Workshop... It feels like... I don't know what it is. I don't know why Games Workshop doesn't do dropper bottles unless there's something I just don't understand about the entire paint industry. But, like... It's not like... I'm not on the level of, like, saying, like, and Games Workshop paint pots are just bad and terrible. Because, like, I can work with them to a degree, but I feel like also dropper bottles are objectively better in experience for me every time I've used them. Also, this is kind of cool. So this thing actually closes up, right? And then boom, it's all good. Get wrung out of here. Whoa! Oh yeah, they do that so you'll buy more paint. Yeah, that is also true. Baxter Blanc, ever entered your paint jobs in any competitions? I have not. I was wondering who was going to see me do that. This was hard. I had help with this. I had local help, local help with a friend who has a large amount of freedom and autonomy within the current situation and his own car. This was very difficult. I got out of Games Workshop and miniature stuff roundabouts when they introduced the old twist top bolter shell cases, I think. Like the screw top paint jars. I hated those. Those were really bad. They didn't pull me out of the hobby, just they happened to be the last thing. Zero, speaking of dropper bottles, some time ago watching your painting stream got the idea to put all your paints in dropper bottles. Boy, that was almost a great idea, but not. I mean, I did it. Oh no, but you had enamels. Yeah, the dropper bottle thing only works for acrylics as far as I know. Because when you do it, you're also using like a medium, like a flow medium. Enamels, yeah, enamels kind of, as far as I know, got to do their own thing. This thing's flipping out my exposure, by the way, so I'm just gonna get this out of here. There's all my paints. Oh, it's very heavy. I'm doing it one-handed because I'm strang. All right. I'm gonna go dump out these water pots and grab that Dinobot. You all want to see what I got to prime for my Riot Quest stuff? Before I prime it, I gotta do a coat of watered down white glue over all these bases to like really seal them in. But this is all the Riot Quest I gotta prime. There was a sale, okay? Don't judge me, there was a sale. What? No, I don't want to moderate someone. Matt Kavarabias, did you see the Disney retractable lightsaber? Yeah, that thing, I am assuming that thing is like an incredibly expensive thing meant for live shows and not like a product they're gonna sell. That thing looks incredible. I knocked something over and I gotta see what it was. What did I knock over? Oh, my other side of the thing. So a lot of the Citadel shades come in bottles that don't fit in a dropper bottle. So here's where the leftovers live. This is the dregs. Just coming, Matt Kovarabias, just for reference. LOL. It's a cumbersome last name. That's fine. Oh, here we go. Kovarubius. Kovarubius. Oh, there's double Kovarubius. Kovarubius. All right. I like pronouncing things. So apparently they're trying to get those lightsabers working for consumer durable. I mean, that's really cool. I kind of will believe it when I see it. Well, then again, like, they can make them, it's just they'd be expensive. Star Wars fans have lots of money collectively. So I guess that does kind of make sense. Yeah, it's not that unrealistic now that I think about it. It just probably wouldn't be like those of us here watching this miniatures painting stream probably is outside of a lot of our easy ranges. Hey, Chris, try this one. Uh-oh. Is this a challenge? Ervio. Ronnie Lane, 77 Star Wars fans today paid $4,800 for a holographic chess set figurine. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, they could sell those lightsabers. Could they sell this, though? I'm trying too hard. Hervio! Gotta get these two lights up here. There we go. More money than sense is a phrase that comes to mind. Alright, I just gotta film my packaging. I have no idea when I'll get a review made for any of this, but just as a habit, I film packaging. I don't know if you guys were all... Some of you might have been here for that stream I did once, but, like, I film packaging as a habit and file it away in organized folders on a hard drive so that whenever I do make a review for a thing, I have a packaging shot or three that I can use for the opening 30 seconds. So I just gotta do my thing. I am maybe moving around the phone camera setup while I'm doing this. I just realized that's going to be in the shot. Look out for that Easter egg whenever... I want to get... How many hard drives of organized footage do I have? Only the one. I'm really bad at doing backups and stuff. I need to get a system going for doing that. The problem is... I live in a gigantic mess, which is something I need to solve. It's something I'd like to solve this month. Which is why I said for months, but this month especially, something about today really gave me that spike of energy. I need to have like a more organized, less cluttered place with more systems. Alright, so all my packaging shots done. Now we can just have fun. Just have a fun, good time. Look at his floppy hands. I'm excited. You know what? I'm excited and happy for his floppy hands. He's been getting so much guff. He's been getting so much chiding. I always forget if the top or the bottom's easier on these. The bottom's easier. I haven't looked at how he works. I've only, like, heard anecdotes relevant to how he works. What's my special card? It's the Ark. Oh, right, they're all weird and taped in on these ones, I forgot. So it's the Ark, it's the Wave 2 Ark, so I think this is the one that's like... Yeah, it's the one that's blown up. Add that to the card pile. Anything underneath here? No. I'm gonna do it. I'll get the nippers out. Too much stuff around me for all the wild body language involved in using an X-Acto to just slice everything up. Usually it'd be because my nippers are in the other room, but now I have a fun art bin toolbox. I also got a fun project I gotta figure out the logistics for setting up on my limited space. But with my Bloodborne board game, I got some of these. I'm gonna try using these rollers for the Bloodstone board game to put the Bloodstone-y textures on their bases. I am a fan of that Bloodborne board game. I'm of two minds about, like, them kind of whiffing it on those cards, because I think if they didn't imply that these were super randomized and like, oh, which one are you going to get? They would be a lot less kind of like, oh, at this point. Because I like the cards conceptually. I just, like, I had to accept, like, these aren't actually, like, hyper-random. They're set per wave. Which makes sense with how, you know, toys are made. I saw a warning earlier. Might not be as widespread, Adachi baby. Might not be as widespread, but do be careful of potentially super tight thigh swivels and loose left ankles and feet. Alright. Good to know. How's this work? I'm gonna do this without instructions. Check it out. Oh, you can split that open. I figured that. I'm clever. You put that in, then you can close it. Look at how friggin' smart I am. Oh, damn. The sheer amount of calories I must expend to function and fuel this incredibly powerful brain. It's insurmountable. Alright, so what was it? Left, something was loose. These feel okay. Those thigh swivels. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this one works. This one feels... They both feel very tight. That's a hinge. That feels okay. Yeah, they feel about the same. Thigh swivels are tight. Get out of here. Thigh swivels are tight. I need to move this. Okay, here we go. I had to wrap my arms around this little floating camera stand to feel comfortable. That's a yo. They got the head. Urgent and purple. Dog doodle cyber slash blade. Weird question. How does the plastic feel? Pliant. Feels fine. I don't think he has any soft plastic. Does he? No, it's all hard plastic. I thought that was a double jointed elbow for a while, but it's not. It just kind of looks like it. The elbow is actually, those feel a little bit loose compared to the rest, like this hinge here. Isn't it really a thing? Am I imagining it, or did someone like pull a joke on me? Are people really calling these pinges because it's a pinned hinge, or was that just like a goof? I never know with that stuff. And it's always like, it's just enough where I'm like, there could be a thing. No, a pinge, because it's a pinned hinge. Because the word pinge annoys me, and I don't know if people are really saying pinge. Like, pinge sounds like a pinge. Oh, you got a pinge? You got to put some topical on that before that pinge leaks. I don't know. It sounds medical. Figures elbows were so loose it couldn't stand in dino mode. Okay, that's what I'm feeling. These do feel a bit loose. Is there a bird called a pinge? This is fixable. Like I can drip feed some floor polish into here. Okay, I'll ask. Usually he does have a waist wiggle. Usually on current generations, because there's sometimes like a thing where if you don't do stuff the right way, you potentially break something. Is there anything on him that's dangerous, or am I good to just like open him up? That's my main question. That's why I usually keep these around. How are the arm and shoulder proportions in person? It looks fine. His arms are a bit long, but in a way that kind of suits him being kind of a weird, scaly man. It's got some of that tilt. Shh. No, shh, don't talk. Don't talk. Shh, shh. Just let it happen. Just let this happen. Shh, 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 shh. It's all good. It's fine. Shh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A pinge, pronounced pinge, or binge, plural pingen, is a name given in German-speaking Europe to a wedge, ditch, or funnel-shaped depression in the terrain caused by mining activity. Oh, cool. 2016 is back, baby! Alright, I'm assuming there's nothing, like, no, you know, that tab is going to blow off and shrapnel into your eyeball about this guy. I'm gonna guess this... Oh! That's cool. I'm figuring these come out. That's the whole reason why the hands have a funny shape. Yeah. Jetpack Man, glad to see you return to YouTube for 2 minutes. Correct. Everyone can vouch this stream was only 2 minutes long so far. I only just started it. I've now finished transforming Kingdom Voyager Dinobot. He's perfect. I think it's pretty impressive, honestly, that in 2 minutes I completely figured out this toy without instructions. It's like, how many steps did they say? 28 steps for older collectors? Not likely. More like 20 no steps for babies. For a bunch of children, bunch of kids playing with toys. Oh, look at all this stuff flying around here. I'm figuring out the bonus mode. It's not official, it's a fan mode. Eh? That's weird. What is tabbed into what? How's there a hinge here and here? You can't fold at both points? That's impossible. Devilry. A witch. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's neat. If this stuff, like, mounts together. Look at that. This toy is heavier than a goose, and thus shall be eaten for its pleasure. Oh, there we go. What? What do you think's happening here, huh? How do I like Kingdom Dinobot? So far, so good. He hasn't, like, hurt me. So that's a plus. This just sort of fell back, and I was like, oh, I see. That's a face. I like that face a lot with these hands. Hang on. He's got to achieve his final form. Mega hug mode. I refuse to ban you. I don't know what's going on. But no one can tell me what to do. This is weird. That's where his waist joint is. Oh, that's some good use of space. That's really cool. That's his butt. I didn't know that. Yeah, I appreciate he's got the things so he can wear shoes. Profiting 9, random paleontology debate for you tonight. There's a long-standing debate if dinosaurs had their teeth exposed or actually had lips like modern lizards. Man, I don't know which side. I mean, that both sounds kind of cool. So these open up. I'm just wondering what ends up at what final destination. Yowza, there's a lot of transforming happening on this Transformers brand Transformers toy. I'll tell you. Honestly, we got to settle down a little bit. It's a bit too much for me. Man, like this is like a spooky Bloodborne monster. Look at this thing.
Ah, the healing church.
Like, look at where everything is reshaping. This is really cool. Bagman, don't you know a British paleontologist? Oh, no comment, no comment. Oh, sweet. I was wondering where these tabs went. There's slots on the kneecaps. So these tab up in yonder. That's even more hiding of parts. I like it. Oh, dang. Look at that. That's amazing. It's like an Animorphs in between mode. Just getting him on par with the fossilizers, you know? The true cult. These tabs even have spots to go up in here. Yo! I'm guessing these actually fold up like this. I'm guessing. Oh yeah, they even have a little clippy grip around that. Hot damn. Oh, this is... Part of the reason I also like using instructions is when it comes to, like, fiddly, like, twist the thing stuff like this, I'm like, just show me the spoiler. Like, I don't... This is not the exciting part of the Transformer for me. Yeah, because there's, like, a specific way this needs to go in here, and then... This part we're like, Mom! Mom, finish making him into a dinosaur! I have to finish the episode! Mom! Wait, something's not fitting right in here. What did I do before? This is around that way to fit this. Yeah, don't you have eyes on your hips? I'm sorry, do you not have eyes on your hips? Hey, did anyone hear there's someone in the chat who doesn't have eyes on their hips? Something ain't fitting right. Yeah, something ain't fitting right in here. This is where I'm worried that, oh no, I see a tab came loose. There's like something inside that's not tabbed right, and I gotta open the whole thing up to get there again. And then that's where I'm like, Mom! Yeah, okay, yeah, also, this is a look, right? Like, this is a look. Let's just all get it out of our systems. Like, oh, look, there's his head that's over in the... Look at that. The feet... Oh, these feet. I don't know if they twist. I don't see a joint that lets them twist. Like, I thought they'd fold up, but, like, I'm having some posterior clearance, mush happening over here. Well, maybe this goes on the other side of this. And then that gives it the right orientation to click on there. There we go. I got it. I had the swing bar on the wrong side of the inner foot tablets. That'll make sense to you someday. Oh, there! There, they tab in there. There, I got it. I do need to still affix him's ass. There, I did it. He is literally like he's just cupping these. He's like, ah, they're so big, my chest carry the weight around. Oh, Cygnus had the hint, but I didn't see it till after. Yeah, the tabs on the feet go into a thing. Yeah. And yeah, do these hips... Yeah, these hips, they can move out a bit, but you don't really want to, so it's mostly... He's mostly a monopose dinosaur. That's fine. I think someone told me about that on the podcast. He's one of the beast modes where it's like, you don't really have a dinosaur action figure out of this. You have, like, Dinobot in this one pose. This is fine. Like, given the ridiculous task they had to accomplish with this, I'm still impressed. This is cool. The purple tip is funny, because I like to think of that as a Universe 2 reference. And yeah, like, the hands are weird, obviously, but not in a way that's really taken me out of it. Oh, they're on ball joints! I thought they were on hard swivels. There, that makes sense, because he's just like, yeah! Bring it on! Bring it on, worm. The classic Dinobot line. Let he with honor stand first to say, bring it on, worm. Yeah, we gotta get the proper A face again. I wish you could make his eyes swivel around so he could be like, ah! Yeah. That's pretty good. This is a 10 out of 10 toy now. Yeah, okay, opening impressions on Dinobot. Dinosaur mode, you know, it's a mostly monopose dinosaur mode. You can mess with the arms and the mouth. It's happening because this thing is trying to accomplish a downsized $300 masterpiece transformation and kind of accomplishing it. So, I'm cool with that. This doesn't bother me either. Like, this is already, like, considering that he's made to be seen from the top angle, right? Like this, like, that's all right. That's a bummer, but then, like, what are you going to do? You need to have this thing open up to deploy 2, like, thigh covers. That's probably out of Voyager budget. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one you buy for the robot mode, and or the transformation. I'm impressed with that transformation. Like, this is cool mass reshaping. That kind of stuff makes me excited. I love this. This move is I think the coolest move in the whole thing. That was super neat. I'm gonna try changing back, and then we'll be done with the stream, is what I think. I gotta mess with that robot mode a bit more. And yeah, there's no, like, shoulder ratchet junk you gotta worry about. I assume there's no self-destructing hinges on this guy that you gotta worry about. I hope so.
I'm Dinobot, and I'm here to show you all these low prices.
Well, Scott McNeil was in the room for a second. Did you hear that? Boy, well, how did he get in here all the way in Canada? That's amazing. And in my apartment? Oh, whoops, he's gone. Darn, I was turned away for just a second. And I missed Scott McNeil, who audibly was in the room with me. Unbelievable. I'm moving on up in this YouTube world. Dang, ding, no siree, hello. Some good click noises, I like this. This is just great, I love this. This makes me happy. This is like, I'm, never heard of Transformers. I'm a natural raptor. Native to the planet Earth. Oh, you're looking for a Transformer? He's that way. He's that way. Why don't you head over there and let me finish stretching? This is also cool because it's like the front of the chest is the dinosaur skull top.
Hello, Earthlings. Have you seen my new jeans? Can you possibly stand up to the power of my drip?
I just learned that word the other day. I learned it in the playground. Said it was cool. I forgot what one of these panels do. Ah! Oh, okay, I see. Where did this actually tabbed into something though, didn't it? Or was it just the back of the head there? And this was kind of a floaty. Oh, it tabbed into here. Okay. I think. I see a slot, or is that just a resting slot? Robot Lorekeeper, those boys in the playground who teach you what drip is are a bad influence. No, they're not. Timberland and Alfalfa are the coolest kids in the playground, and if I stick with them, I'm gonna go far and have lots of clout. You don't have to, for springing, you don't have to say drip to be cool, Chris. Don't listen to them. You don't understand. Timberland and Alfalfa, they control everything that happens in the schoolyard. If you know them, then you're on an upper tier. I'm gonna drink red Kool-Aid for lunch every single lunch hour, and I won't have to pay for it, because they're gonna get it from the nerd kids. It's not a face. I think there's definite order of operations on this robot mode chest. Gotta stop this man, it's 3 a.m. and everyone else is asleep. If you were in with Timberland and Alfalfa, then they'd have to sleep around your laughter schedule and not the other way around. Teachers would do homework for you because if they don't, then they'd be on the lower tier of the social structure. Timberland and Alfalfa are gonna control the tax structure when they become president and mayor. It's only 10:30 here. Spring, and here you go, son. Happy birthday, Mom! I wanted Mountain Dew Code Red, not Baja Blast. Baja Blast. Baja Blast. For life or detention. If you're down with Timberland and alfalfa, then going to detention's like going to a party. Is it 10:30 something Eastern time? I haven't actually looked at a clock this entire stream. I am assuming it's close to that. All right, how do you this? Can I stick this back here? Oh, sweet. Oh, okay, it's 10:30 Eastern time. That's fine. That's fine. This was going to be a quick 2-hour painting stream. I'll just say it now because every single stream I do, I end up doing this bit. It's not even a bit, it's the truth. Where I'm like, I'm going to do just a quick 2-hour stream, I think. And then like 4.5 hours later, I'm like, well, now that we've gone over this point. So I like this. This is a nice, so you can walk him around for your puppeteering. I dig it. As a toy puppeteer, this makes my life a lot easier. I appreciate that they're making concessions for the craft. So when I crack this open, like obviously you just stick it in the peg hole on the front of his hand for this thing. But here's what I want to know. I see already how it works. I was gonna say I want to know how this works for the sword, but the swordlet has a little tab that goes in there, so it looks like he's gripping it. Yeah, I'm a cool sword guy. Whoa! Running pose, fella. Now he has a sword and a thing. The one thing this thing does not touch, though, on the Masterpiece. The Masterpiece, the way they did the hands, I think, was genius. RG1 Studios, hard eyeballing Cyclonus. Is he worth the purchase? I think 100% worth the purchase. As always, there's a chance he just doesn't work for you, but, like, that Cyclonus seems to be working for everybody. So I would say go for it. Also, he seems to be the harder of the Voyagers to find, because most people just find acres and acres of Optimus Primal. Run Lane, have you tried Studio Series Blitzwing? I love him. He has limitations, but for me, he is a top-tier Transformer for having just a good transformation. He's got some limitations in robot mode, and absolutely, he could have a more solid torso configuration, but I think what's there works, and it tries to do something clever, which is also good. All right, let's see what I missed. Did I miss any key things in this beautiful little instruction book? That's golden. That's good. These images right here. That's the good stuff. Look at that. Ugh. Look at my lips. Mwah. What's over here? Is this just reverse steps? Or it's just the start of it. Okay. Any secret accessory coolnesses? Nope. Okay. Demonetized. Everyone's picking on me because I'm saying all the wrong words. Grundle. I'm just reading the chat out loud. It's normal. Was Kingdom Megatron good? I like him a lot. I think there are things about him could be off-putting. I think the soft plastic use on him is interesting and more or less safe. It does mean there are like little corners and seam joins that are just gonna be uneven because they're They're two plates of soft plastic next to each other. His Dino mode is really posable for what it is on Leader Megatron. And his robot mode's fine. His robot mode is almost the one that feels like it's lacking. I like the T-Rex mode a lot. I think the transformation's cool. He's one where I could see a number of bullet points that would bounce for someone depending on their taste. But if you like the concept of the like soft lizard skin over hard ABS internals and stuff, I think he's pretty cool. I found him fun to transform. Not as fun as this guy, but Megatron has some interesting tricks. The thing on him, if I recall correctly, there are a few parts in the torso that link together almost too solidly, and then I need to go check a video to see like which direction is the safe direction to pull, if that makes any sense. But the process is cool. And yeah, like the tail not coming off is like in the robot mode feels like there's like 2 or 3 gimmicks that are supposed to be there and they're not, and it like can mess with my brain a bit where I'm like, why doesn't he do? Oh, right, because I'm also thinking of the masterpiece. I gotta clean up these little plastic tie things, get them all into an organized heap. I should mention the review I was going to try to make for the end of April before I got waylaid trying to book a Vax appointment. So it technically should be the next video I do, is Earthrise Wheeljack. Earthrise Wheeljack was the only Earthrise Deluxe I had for a good chunk of 2020, so he was there with me for a whole lot of yelling into the void. Yeah, I miss the paper ties too. These plastic ones are like the worst part of plastic ties without any of the convenience. Ben Walters, what card did I get? I got the Ark with the spoiler reveal being what if the Ark crashed or got blown up or whatever. Why is his wrist on a hinge? Because that's the dinosaur foot. So it's got to be, like, forward when he's in dino mode. Yeah, the Kingdom one is, like, it's got gimmick-ish stuff. It's, like, it's more like articulated gimmicks. The Kingdom Megatron gimmick really is like the interesting materials use. Like it's legit interesting how it works. It's just like there are some parts where like you've got soft plastic that's like got to work past areas where it might just fold up on itself a bit. Oh, you meant the hinge on Leader Megatron? Yeah, that feels like. That, to me, feels like there was a gimmick there that got removed, and that's just a leftover piece of engineering. Does the card have a secret sticker? No, it's only got the one sticker. It's just got the one. Everything went bad. Smack. Anyway, yeah, that's, I think that's... Oh, I saw someone's picture indicating the card has a sticker you can peel off. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I just put them back because I don't have anywhere for the stickers to go. Weird. Got finger oils on this thing, as though I have hands that are touching it. So yeah, the main feature of the stream, this was our bonus, was cracking this guy open. He seems pretty cool. I actually had lower expectations, so I'm happy with him. I don't know why I have lower expectations, but I was like, oh, I bet he's just gonna be okay. But I'm quite pleased with that guy. But the main attraction for this stream is we did paint these up. I gotta still, tomorrow when it's daylight out, I'm gonna take them out and top coat them. And then I'm probably gonna do some manually applied gloss coat or satin coat on the metallics. But I'm happy with how the runic glow on the pistols turned out. That's got vibrance. That gives him like a visual pop, so I can see him quickly on a battlefield. I'm very, very happy with the way that the highlights worked on her clothes. I'm more or less happy with the buckles. I'm going to leave them because I'm not going to go in there paint every single metal piece as well. Like, it's too small. I'm happy enough with her having like a decent face. That face kind of came together, and I was pleased. And I didn't like painting this model, but I'm happy with the end result. It could be better, but I just don't wanna anymore. I want to leave her be. I did freehand stripes on her pants, and I feel good about that. And again, visible at a distance. I just wish her face ended up better. Like, I know it's hard to tell really in this video angle, but like that face was frigging hell. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but this is also just like, this is part of my ongoing lesson of like, I want to also just like sometimes have a figure and just be finished and then paint some more. So next up for Riot Quest painting, I gotta put Balthasar back in here anyway. Let's bust out my handmade insert, which is I just hot glued gunned a bunch of foam in here. Yeah. So the starter set guys are all done. So this is Balthazar, who I brought out to show how I did the blue glow on someone else / double check how I did it on him. I can fit him in here normally. This is my little Riot Quest storage thing I made out of the starter box before I ended up getting too many models. But the other one I was very proud of is this one. I really like how my Des turned out. This was from last year, I think. Before my long period of not painting things because I was overthinking it. But the next couple of Riot Quests I gotta do are these ones who are primed. Might do this guy because he's just got a big old smack of belly to put some flesh paint on. You know, the medical phrase, a big old smack of belly. I forgot how I had him in here. I'd like to paint Dr. Stygius, because I think Dr. Stygius has to live in a different case. He doesn't fit in this one very well. This thing is solid pewter, by the way, and all those arms were separate glue-on things. It's very frightening moving him around. And I got this tank, which is actually the only pewter on this. I think the only metal is, I think, the little guy up here. This was a base I tried to get fancy with, where like you can't see it, but like there's molded putty underneath the treads that's supposed to have the track patterns in them. This was before I got good basing mud. Those are some of the leftover Riot Questos I got to do before, and then I got to prime all those other ones. But I like that Riot Quest. Robot Lorekeeper, someone who's first diving into minis with this stream. Sick. Thank you. Thank you all for being nice about my paint jobs. Like, I know I'm kind of like, oh, no, I didn't do this right. I didn't do this right. But like, I appreciate the friendliness. Yeah, Riot Quest is Privateer Press. Privateer Press don't use plastic anymore. All their figures are mixed, or they're either like solid pewter, like this little guy here is just like a lump of pewter. And then some of them are, like this guy here, the gray bits are resin, and then these other bits are pewter. But with Riot Quest, I'm finding a lot of the single pack figures are just solid pewter. Like, I just got these two built from the sales bunch that I picked up. I still have like 6 of them to build from that sale. But like, these are just both metal. This guy was a 2-part model, and then this guy, the arms, these 2 arms are a piece, and these 2 arms are a piece. And yeah, they're just pewter. So they got, you know, some good oomph. The thing I gotta get for Riot Quest is I still have to get some of the neoprene playmats, because putting these like heavier models like down onto neoprene is like poof. It's like really nice. These are not made to order. These are mass produced. Although I think they're getting mass produced less. I think Privateer Press has been shrinking their operations over the last 2 years, and I think this stuff is a little bit more limited now. But they're not made to order. They should be at your friendly local game stores. Or if you're in America, you can go to Privateer Press's website and order stuff there for a decent price. I can't because their shipping to Canada is, you know... If I were to purchase, like, this figure, the shipping to me would be exponentially more than the cost of this figure. Meccano Shredder, they got one at Meeple Mart. I'm just waiting until I have more spendy money, because I've been spending too much money. I've been doing too much of the lockdown retail therapy, where I'm not, like, planning ahead for the coming months. I'm just thinking in the span of 2 weeks. But next time I drop a smack of money on gaming stuff, they got Meccano Shredder and some other ones at Meeple Mart that I don't have. And now that I'm painting them, I'm like, I kind of want lots of Riot Quest. I'm trying to think if there's anything else important here. The next bunch of reviews I want to do Earthrise, Wheeljack, and Sunstreaker. And then I want to do some Kingdom stuff. Something like I almost don't want to say it, because I think that's like setting up disappointment. But like, what I would like to do when the three guys from Giant Bomb said they were leaving, and I watched the podcast, last chunk of it live, and I had a lot of emotions. It made me also think, like, I'm really sick and tired of not doing things and just like being sad that I'm not doing things. So I really want to take my brain back, if that makes any sense. And so what would be nice is if this month I can, like, figure some things out to make myself a bit happier around here. Why is this drying so unevenly? It's weird. And then, like, I want the summer to be like my friggin' summer, like YouTube me's summer. And I want to just put up lots of stuff in the summer. And, like, friggin', like I said, take back my brain. I want it to all be highly imperfect, messy videos that are very fun and have my cinematography, and I feel good about them, and that they all take maybe a day to make and get a pile of them put together. That's what I'd like to do. Because it's not remotely relevant to them, but like now I feel like this void, like this extra void of specifically Vinny stepping away. Because Vinny and Drew are specifically two huge inspirations to me as a creative person, and I feel like I gotta step up. If they're both kind of, if Vinny now is stepping away, I gotta step it up, and I gotta make some stuff. But I don't know how I will, so that's why I haven't said anything in any platforms, because I'm like, I don't even know if this is a thought that's gonna go away by tomorrow. But like I don't know. Lots of thinking today. I need some more water.
Oh yeah, hydrating. Ugh.
Because I've also been watching a lot of. I'm droning on a bit. I've also been watching a lot of other streamers and stuff that's been keeping me together. And there's a lot of good energy in those that I feel like I halfways already have in stuff I'm doing. That's why I wanted to do a stream today too, because I was like, I want to get that energy up. And thinking about the medium of this video space, it's like the review things I make are something that has to be able to happen without lots of toil. They have to be things that can kind of just be, like, put together, and then, much like these models I painted, even if I don't think that they're done, I gotta just put them out so that I am getting that completion high and I'm making stuff. And then I want to stream more so that our interaction is not only you listening to a scripted piece I made, because no matter how those are done, and no matter how much I am improvising while I, record the audio, it's not the same as, like, interactive stuff as well. But I don't want to, fall into the streaming hole of, like, I have to be on all the time and blah, blah. Thank you. That's really nice for you to say about the Vertebrake review, because I was happy with that too. I'm just trying to find another energy balance, because I like existing here, so I want to figure out another way to exist. I also want to get my brain unclotted with whatever's in there, because like I want to give a real good shot at YouTube stuff still, and I off and on do, but I really want to push it a bit harder, because I'm always like about to, and then something else happens, be it something out of my control or just my brain being dumb. So I don't know. I want to figure that out. I've also spent like 8 months going like, I gotta rework my Patreon to just be like 2 tiers, or just 1 tier, and I never do. Mishikis, I've thought about like scheduled streaming, and then I'm like, I think it's like I would just like to do a stream every week or two. I don't know if scheduling it would end up being a help or a hindrance for my own problems, but like, I'm going to try to do more of this stuff, at least. Because the other thing I've run into is with toys, I don't really know what to stream, other than, like, when I'm filming B-roll. But then it starts, like, interfering with filming B-roll. So I've always been kind of stuck on, like, toy things to stream. But, like, painting stuff feels like doable streaming. And I still want to do game streaming. And then I had the thought cross my mind of, like, should I, like, do the separate games channel thing? And then I was like, I just never liked that idea. Like, I understand the benefits and the drawbacks, but I'm happy enough with my YouTube channel continuing to just be a large algorithm unfriendly mess of me. So this is kind of where I'm at. Unboxing streams are just like, I don't know. I like those being off the cuff and not formalized for my own self. Also because I just don't have any room. There's a reason why this is always pointed that way. Because especially over the last year and a bit, my clutter has gotten horrible. And it's mostly, the best way to explain it, right, is it's not like just like there is a clutter that needs to be cleaned, but it's like, I'll have something here, and I'll have something here, and, like, that's okay. That's all good. And then, like, on a really bad day, I'll, like, pull down a bunch of stuff and just, like, put it all here, and then put this here, and then put that there, and then, oh, I'm just gonna get this out of the way. And then I need to put this here for a second so I can go and do something. I'm gonna put this over here, too. And then I look back, and I'm like, well, now what the hell am I supposed to do about this? And then I just ignore it for a few weeks. So it's fine. I'm trying to find, like, those keystones. It's actually interesting doing a visual representation of it. I've never done that before. But that said, like, I'm still comfortable enough. Like, for everything I just said, I'm quite happy and pleased with my Unicron. Even though my Unicron has literally nowhere to live, I knew that when I got him. Or that would be a risk, so I'm not perturbed by it. I'm just like, this is entertaining. He moves around a lot. That's why there was no unboxing of Unicron, because I do not have a place for his box to exist. I dragged it into my front hall and immediately disassembled the box, because it doesn't fit in here. Although I didn't get rid of it, I flattened the box and I took the 2 styrofoam pieces, and I'm going to carry those over to my storage sometime. Because I feel like it's good to hang on to those for the sake of having a Unicron-shaped transport object for the indeterminate future. It's not the next episode coming up, but episode 602 of WTF at TFW, I talk about him in the What We Got. And then I don't say enough about the parts I like. I go on like a friggin' 15-minute long, fairly loud rant about the instruction book. Which is a little unfortunate, but... The thing with HasLab Unicron is I'm not really in a rush to film him, because it's like, what consumer am I informing? Should you spend $2,000 on an aftermarket Unicron? Simple answer, no. Unicron in the bed is fine till you sleep. Then those spikes. Those spikes just friggin'... The thing about Unicron's instructions is like they're custom made in a stapled booklet. There is like less... I hate the word because people use the word in such a whiny way, but like there's less excuse for things in Unicron's instructions because it's like those are bespoke instructions for a $500 American crowdfunded release. How do you have steps like in the wrong place in the book? How do you have steps glossed over and etc.? It oddly set me off. Like for like 10 minutes when I opened up the toy. But like it just bothered me because I was like this is a stapled book with English text inside of it. And like, well, come on. And then like in the backer updates, they're like, here's an update from our dedicated instructions designer. And I was like, oh, now I feel embarrassed how much I yell about these. And this whole update about how, you know, this is the work to figure out the instruction book. And then I see the finished results and I'm like, the instruction designer is, one day I'm gonna be found with like one of these stuck in my head. with the blade running through like 3 of these, like just attached to my forehead. I'm gonna feel bad about it because it's a person working on them, and I'm sure the end result is not like it's not like one person only works on the instructions. They go through and edit and etc. But the fact that the Unicron instructions have problems I find in these instructions is ridiculous and indefensible to me. And it's a shame I went off on it for so long in the podcast because like Unicron's a good toy, like. And I hate that I then have to append. When yours isn't broken, Unicron is a good toy. I think it's really disturbing that there are more than 2 reports of people who had, you know, different problems with Unicrons. Again, because it's a $500,000 toy, and it's not so much that they had problems. It's that like one of them didn't get replacement parts, and it's and you gotta make replacement parts. You gotta have at least I think a 30% extra stock of that Unicron. When it's like a backed thing that one can't just go buy a second one of. Anyway, that's a bunch of rambling. Unicron is good though, but here's what I'll say. I'm on a total tangent, but here's what I'll say. I think that 90% of people who don't have Unicron and are kind of like, oh man, when you see one in person, if you're one of those folks, there's a 9 in 10 chance when you see one in person that will satisfy whatever that FOMO craving was. I think that not having conventions this year is making missing out on Unicron feel exponentially more painful. And I borderline have had this confirmed from a couple people I know and have read like posts of that like once you see and even perhaps even get to interact with a Unicron, it's like that's enough. Like you're satisfied. Now that you've seen it in person, you're like, oh, he is that big, you know. One day in the future, we're all going to be at our conventions, and you'll eventually see a Unicron standing in the dealer room on like a back shelf, and there's a good chance that if you don't have one and you're kind of like, oh man, when you see it in that dealer room, it'll be like, ah, there it is. That's all I need. And I truly think that's the case. Even if you think like it's not enough, like you'd be surprised. I've had that with... what was it, G1 Overlord, when I filmed my friend Jared's Overlord a couple years ago. I got to interact with that toy and film it, and then I was like, you know, I'm fine now. I always kind of wanted Overlord, and now I kind of did everything I'd ever want to do with one. So I'm good. Ronnie Lane, USS Flag, same thing. Someone else told me that too when I was talking about this somewhere else. It's like there are toys where it's like, it'd be so cool to own it, but then like you see it and you're like, that's actually scratched the itch. And it isn't even like the cynical thing of like, well, I could never fit that, but like even if you could, it's like you see it and you're like, that's kind of everything I needed to know. Yeah, he's like twice the height of Armada Unicron. he's like Generations Titan tall, but then like 3 Generations Titan thick, if that makes sense. Paying so much, did the lower teeth not being painted burn? Not really, because I see how it happened. Like Unicron is not a masterpiece toy. He is a very expensive, kind of budget limitless mainline toy. So some of the parts where the paint ended up being disappointing is the classic scenario of palm plastic, which does not take factory applied paint jobs, basically. And that's the case on his lower teeth and on those hinges in the mandibles. I don't mind the mandible hinges, or the maw hinges. I think it looks more interesting when it's not solid orange. The lower teeth thing, I don't really notice as much in person. I don't mind it. I'm not, like, bummed out about that. The only thing that bothers me about that is that should have been in a backer update before we saw photos, in order to lessen the blow and fall on the sword, and also to make use of a backer update system. That's another big criticism I have of Unicron. Most of my criticisms aren't the toy. It's what it is as an event. There weren't enough backer updates, and the backer updates, most of the time, were too much promo. And specifically for Unicron, why are your backer updates promo when your audience is either people who already bought it or people who can't buy it? Why have a promo tone around it? Admittedly, I'm biased from being in several board game Kickstarters now as a backer, but stuff like the teeth and the maw, it's fine that it's there, but they had the very unique opportunity for Transformers to, like, get in front of it immediately and turn it into an educational article about some of the toy making process and why those things happen. It was a perfect venue to do so, and I think it is a fault to have not done that. That's why, like, when the post FanFest Q&As happened, in the group I was in, one thing that had come up was, like, whether or not they actually asked, based off another question, they're like, did you guys actually like how we revealed Black Zarak? Because we revealed him to you in a really unfinished state with all those 3D printed parts or whatever, you know, and it wasn't a very nice presentation. And I was like, I was like on them. I was like, we love that stuff. That made that reveal 100 times more interesting. And like I at the end when they were closing up, I snuck in one last bit. I was like, I just want to say, like, I think it would be great if you guys used Pulse, your existing fan platform, and did some more design level articles about Transformers, but about Transformers releases that are like 2 or more years old. Because your guys, as I said to them, your guys' design doc stuff like this always has to run double duty of being promo for upcoming product. And it would be great to have some of these that don't have to promote something, and even if something's already out, they could refer to something that we all now have in our hands that we can look at in reference to what you're talking about too. So I'm hoping that, you know, not just our group, but that more people brought that kind of thing up, because that's how that kind of stuff can happen. That's kind of the purpose of those Hasbro Q&As. It isn't really to get like hot, fresh scoops. It's more so a sideways way to share fan sentiment of what folks would like to see and what folks, you know, like or dislike. But like kind of twisted and mutated around the format of Q&A. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of you guys while I was talking, and I have no excuse. I was just waving my hands around. You notice this trend, at least the Marvel Legends community, where people are starting to follow the sculptors and those who had a hand in the product creation. Yeah, like, this is a full-on kind of, like, tangent, but whatever, it's fun. To me, the thing that Hasbro faces right now is that they really want to be more fan-friendly, fan-connective, and to make FaceTime for the people who work on stuff the way that they should, and the way that I would like them to. And the problem is, because Hasbro is a blitheringly massive corporation in American corporate culture, everything they do has 14 entities staring at it while it's happening. So, FanFest, perfect example. They want to reach out to connect with fans more. Let's bring in fans on a Zoom call. That would be cool, and have them as part of the event. But then, you know, another entity says, also, this event has to be fully promotional. So everyone has to be happy, and everyone has to say happy things and excited things, for the most part, which leads to that, like, hilariously awkward thing of, like, yeah, we got some fans here to talk to us. Well, one gets to talk. The rest are silent. We'll talk for 2 minutes to the most media-trained one. Anyway, thanks for the chat. And it's like, okay, like, that was actually worse. Like, it was great because it was hilarious. But it's like a fully meddled fan experience. Or, you know, every time Hasbro people speak on mic, they are now very audibly media-trained, which is fine. But it takes away from the personable connection that the very same entity is trying to make. And I don't think there's a solution, unfortunately, because it's Hasbro. It's the same. I noticed this with Wizards of the Coast. Now that I've been into more tabletop stuff, when Wizards of the Coast is alive and active on a project, like with Transformers TCG, they were right there with us in the grid of it. Like, they were sharing things. It was beautiful. The moment Transformers TCG was killed, like 8 voices that we had near daily communication with disappeared overnight because it was no longer about an existing product. And so they were in this, like Wizards of the Coast are in this really awful position, in my opinion, where the tabletop world right now is all about communication with the creator. It's a very, like, you have your fingers in these tactile games, and then the creators will come and speak to the players, and the players will speak back to the creators, and vice versa. And everything's hands-on. Ideas, cards, boards, meeples, everything. Physically, vocally traded. Textly traded on the internet. Wizards of the Coast exists in that space and tries so hard to be one of those. And they can until they have to sell new product, which is every 2 weeks. So they're in this deranged limbo where they're trying to interact with their fans and also aren't allowed to most of the time. Wizards of the Coast is what to look at. I think it's the prime example of what is the Hasbro fan interaction syndrome, of people who want to in a company that doesn't want them to, that grudgingly accepts that they must, and so they create these curated experiences that, like, anyone who watched FanFest, right? Like, you could. It was a really good attempt, but like you couldn't not see the curation everywhere, and you just kind of have fun with it, right? Like, it just, you know, none of us here have a solution that they can implement. Not to say that we're not smart enough. We just don't have a solution they can implement, like that very specific sentence. We have to hope that they find a solution among the ones that we know exist. That satisfies entities who don't really care about that interaction. They only care about the benefit of it. And then, yeah, when you have when you have small companies trying to be overly personal, you sometimes eventually have a NECA. And it's a shame, because I think NECA is uniquely very bad at it. And I think a lot of other companies who do that stuff are way better at it. Like I kind of like Super 7. They have a sort of standoffy attitude, but it works for me because I know it is born from at least a year, if not 2 years, of, like, dealing with He-Man fans. Not to make that sound like a pejorative, but, like, you can tell in their tone that, like, they've been through the ringer of doing He-Man Classics toys, and now they're just like, yeah, hey, we have a toy to show you, and here's the articulation. It's a resin. It's gonna look. The foot fell off. It's a resin, like I told you. Whoop! There goes the foot. They're gonna turn out pretty great, and I know a bunch of you are gonna complain. Yeah, like NECA's Twitter is like 80% of the image that they have for me. Their product is also like their product has faults, and it's exacerbated because Randy cannot acknowledge those faults without it being someone else's fault. Very much the Pete Sinclair thing, where, like, the fault always has to be someone else's fault when it is acknowledged. And then Randy is also, like, just so standoffy, and I believe weaponizes the NECA superfans to anyone who gets too loud on his Twitter mentions. Because I would say that, I'm sorry, I'm getting like a slightly runny nose, And I think I got my vax shot, my first vax shot yesterday, and I was wondering when the flu symptoms would show up. So I think we're starting to get this. With NECA, it's like a dice roll. Like Ronnie Lane, you can buy one. You can buy NECA since 2007, only have one break, or you can have someone who's had like nearly every single one break. The thing is, like, Randy will only accept one of those in his reality. And that's a huge problem when he also wants to talk all the time. But Super 7, I like their candor. Like, I hope they eventually... I'm really hoping that, like, some of these other licenses they're getting lead to them having nicer interactions. I really feel like they got scarred by the He-Man fans. And, like, I don't know what's up with the Ninja Turtles fans. I feel like the Ninja Turtles fans are just, like, perpetually suffering. I was about to go on a yelling thing about, like, the way the NECA version of Loot Crate was, like, advertising with the resale value of their last ones. But that's, like, getting way off the tangent I was on. But yeah, I should close this up, because I'm going to keep talking if I don't. So, thank you all for tuning in. I'm gonna keep trying. If you feel like it's been a long time since the stream, absolutely, like, hit me up on Twitter, like, yo, let's do a stream sometime. Yeah, they're fun. Sometimes it still is a thing with this lockdown. Sometimes I genuinely don't notice the middle 2 weeks of a month go by. Which then leads to, like, a really bad day when I do, because I'm like, well, now I've failed the month, which I know is ridiculous. But I can't take my own advice. But yeah, if you're watching the VOD and you went this far, you're a hero. Shill. Check things out. Stay tuned for more. And, believe in the God Hand. This is me cutting the stream off. How do I don't know how to time this. We're gonna cut the stream